What? Good morning. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah, you can hear me. Good. Good morning. I don't know. I really don't know. Start a goal? What is this goal thing? Hello Zara, hello Daisho, hello Uria. Who else? Darkness. Marcos. Zero. Love has. Daisho. Ken. Lurker-chan, welcome. Y'all can hear me, right? Good, y'all can hear me. First, correct superior time zone. Boss is in a silly, funny mood today. Well, I'm glad you noticed. I'm glad you noticed because I was. Wait a minute. Ben mute. Wait, no, let me hear. Don't do. Wait. No. Don't do. Wait. No. Don't do. No, that's not right. That's not right. Who say Ben? You can't just say that. But you know, big news. I was not expecting this news. And I was expecting the whole day will be doom and gloom and just a little bit of silver lining at the end there, but guess what? I was not expecting this news. I really was not expecting this news. Would you like to guess what the news is? I was not expecting this news. I was really not expecting this news. Of all the things I was not expecting was this news. I don't know what it means for the future, but oh, that's horrible. I wish, Marcos, I wish I got $1 million in overnight. I wish. But I'll settle for this. Nikita Beer is gone. He's gone. He literally is gone. So he says step down. Sure. Let him have his little ego step down. Sure. If he wants to call him, say he stepped down, let it be that he stepped down. But I'm just glad he's gone. I'm just glad he is gone. I hope whoever comes after him is not as bad as he was. I hope. There's a chance whoever comes back, there's a chance that whoever comes after him is gonna be horrible, but I hope it's not. I rather gamble right now than know it's a guaranteed shit show at the end of time for X or Twitter. He was not a pleasant boss of Twitter. I hope whoever comes after him is not going to just screw it all up worse. But one can hope. Really, one can hope. Oh, damn it, I forgot to charge my phone. We are taking the gacha right now, lurkers. Let it not be mistaken, we are all taking the gacha right now. We are all betting who's going to take over Twitter. We do not know. We honestly do not know. But at least it's not Nikita Beer. At least it's not. And speaking of which, I think a few in before is 13 lurkers have already dropped in. You know what? I'm gonna lead you all to the office, to the lecture hall or the office, whatever you want to call it. Okay? There we go. You read that. I hope it will not be the case. I really hope it's not the case. Ideally, I know Elon is too freaking busy. He was a better head of Twitter than Nikita Beer was. I almost forgot his name. Holy moly, I almost forgot his name. Remember the yellow piss room and its noise barring keeps the voices in my head quiet. Shall we put that to a vote? Oh, but what's this start a goal? Let me have a look. What do I actually do with this? Start a goal. Okay. Share how you celebrate. How will I celebrate? What's this? Share a goal. How will I celebrate? How will I celebrate? Oh yeah, tomorrow's game. Maybe tomorrow's game. Does it work? Let's see. I don't know if it works. I don't know. That's a good question. Really, it is a good question. It really is a good question. We had our little silly talk about Nikita Beer and his track record, and he has a track record for extreme fizzles. Yan 420. He should know, otherwise this should think hard more. 15 super chats. I don't. You don't. I'm just testing this goal out. You don't have to do it if you are not in a position to and it's not convenient for you. But of course, I'm grateful if you do. But anyway, let's. 15 lurkers. I want to wait till it reaches 20 lurkers before I properly start. It's not going to be the most guided of topic streams today, but it's still quite content heavy. It's still quite content and discussion heavy. And I think that for the entirety of this stream, chat participation is welcome. If anything, it's valuable. It's very valuable. Chat participation. Lurkers, you participate today. Because I'm sure
you will have nothing and you will like it.
Marcos, thank you for the 5k Argentinians. If I didn't have to, well, too late. Anyway, thank you, Marcos. But what I wanted to say is this is a stream where I'm sure we have a lot of opinions. And it is not a stream where I alone will express my opinions, although I will express my opinions, but I'm sure everyone else has their own ideas and their own perspectives on things. I like how it's considered an Akasupa, but it's funny. It's funny. And any excuse to hear what Tame say, we will own nothing. Hello, Machan. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. Okay, 20 lurkers. As promised, we will get started. If more lurkers funnel in later, they will funnel in later. I hope more of you start to swarm in. Just behave yourselves. Wrong. So this is basically is the continuation. It's essentially the continuation of a stream we had some time ago because it flows naturally, so I just added more into it. I'm sure some of you remember this presentation, don't you? You remember this presentation? Any of you remember this presentation? Any of you remember this one? Well, we're going to go back to this later on because we are adding on to this. We're adding on to this. We're going to focus on very specific situations right now, and I think it makes me feel so conflicted. Well, it's not conflicted, but I have mixed feelings about it. We'll talk about that later. We are instead going to be talking about today, for the most parts of the stream, Offkai. We'll be talking about Offkai. Now, I only have the slides are just to stimulate conversations, and it's not going to be that important. Now, it's important per se that you can see the quotes, but Geek-san, thank you for the sub. I'm very grateful. Thank you. Go get breakfast, Machanya. Go get. I'm going to be blunt. Very blunt. To me, Offkai it's like a filthy frank cake. It's like a filthy frank cake. There is no two ways about it. It is a filthy frank cake. If anything, it's the hair cake of Vtubing. Hello, Wispy, welcome. And if any of you lurkers were back in the old days of Vtubing, like 2014, 2016, I'm sure some of you probably would remember what it was like watching Filthy Frank's hair cake. I'm sure you do. Zephyr, shut up. Shut up. Oh my goodness. Alright. A little bit of just of initial interaction with the chat, okay? What are your opinions on Offkai? What are your opinions of Offkai? Before I give mine. Thoroughly. I have the long and short of it, Lurker-chan. I have the long and short story of it. We are gonna get to that. It's gonna get there. We're gonna get to that. Oh, you misspeak, Daisho, you misspeak. You're not a fan of those conventions? Alright, my opinion is that Offkai, since its inception, is the quote-unquote VTuber equivalent of Californian nonsense. That's my thought about Offkai. Really. That is. I do not know why it had to take place in California. I do not know why, for a so-called VTuber convention event, there is so much things that are so obnoxiously American about it. Californian about it specifically. Not American, Californian about it. And it is absolutely disgusting, in my personal opinion, the activities surrounding those events. What the hell was I could have thought I heard something. Ah well. In other words, the hair kick of VTubing. Let's move on to the first of the issues. I'm sure we remember this one. And this is one of the reasons why my opinions of Offkai, I'm sure, let's start with the last year's Offkai or the year before, I can't remember which Offkai specifically. Remember what happened to Kershaw? Do you remember what happened to Kershaw? Do you remember what happened to Face Connect? What almost happened to Face Connect? It all started with what almost happened to Face Connect over Pippa. Then it happened to Kershaw. And it was ever since Offkai's inception, I feel like from the moment Offkai started existing, I was hoping in my head it would stop existing. Everything about Offkai is just trash, in my humble opinion. It is. It is just trash. Nothing. I see it. I question its reason to exist. Through and through. And that's even discounting everything that happened in 2026. Every time I hear of Offkai, I think of certain so-called big-name indie VTubers and their avatars, with their reputation for mean girls. Just like how I will look at specific VTubers and get put off by their avatars, I look at Offkai and I get put off by the name. That's how bad my perception of Offkai is. But let's get started with what happened to Offkai 2026. We'll start off with the elephant in the room. Fansley. No one with even the basest amount of intelligence, with the basest amount of brain power, with the basest amount of gray matter, will not know what the point of Fansley is in the year of our elder god 2026. No one has any mistakes of what Fansley is in the year of our elder god Suzuhara Nunu 2026. The big announcement that started it all, around mid of May 17, your next Oshi is waiting. We're excited to announce that Fansley is joining Offkai 2026. Come find them at the exhibitor hall. They didn't say R18 hall. They didn't say the adult hall. They didn't say the Offkai After Dark. None of those. Exhibitor hall. Full on exhibitor hall. And I As you can see in the right image, I'm pretty sure even before you saw the right image, you already have an idea. When you hear exhibitor hall, you know what type of people will be there. Yeah, of course there'll be adults. Of course there will be people of various ages, and more specifically, there will be under 18s. So my simple question to Offkai when I saw this post is, what the hell were you thinking? Under 18s will be in the exhibition hall. Come on! Fansly is adult-only content. Even its own advertisements. Says it's over 18. What the hell are you thinking, Offkai? No, seriously. What the hell were you thinking? What made you think it was a good idea? What clown decided this? I'm saying clown, I could have said the worst word. I could have said the worst word for certain. No one is going to pretend Offkai is not causing a problem right now. No one should. Look at this. I'm between the age of 13 to 17. From 13 to 30, you may attend a convention on your own, with or without parents. Can you see this? Can you see this, Offkai? Can you actually see this? It's your own website. And what is Fansly? Adult content. It does not matter how many kids go to the convention. It could be 1,000, it could be 100, it could be 10. It does not matter. 10 is 10 too many. If this is in your exhibition hall, if this fancy nonsense is in the general exhibition hall, it does not matter. And yes, we haven't really talked about that, have we? We haven't really talked about that. Implying, you piece of shit Californians. Touch wood. Californians. You shameless, insulting Californians. Shameless, 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 shameless. Are you implying that Vtubers are into those type of content? Is that what you're trying to imply? Is that what you're trying to imply? This is why VTubers get a bad reputation in the West. This is why. This is why people like Turkey Top. This is why random streamers and YouTubers. This is why Tim Pool makes fun of VTubers because of this bullshit. By equating that VTuber Oshis have to do that kind of content, that they specialize in that kind of content. No! Some do, many do, but not all. Not even most. I hate. The more I see this advert, the more it pisses me off. The more it angers me, the more it makes me irate. What about all the thousands of VTubers who are just not doing this shit? What about them? What about them? For every one VTuber who does this 18 plus thing, there is at least 50 who are not. And what's the image we get? Oh, VTubers are just VTubers. VTubers are just 18 plus. VTubers just do 18 plus content behind an avatar. They just do that. They are just thoughts and all of this. No. These people who so-called claim to support VTubing, you are dragging our reputation down the fucking mud. You're dragging it down the mud. You are making us look bad. And I'm tired of pretending that you don't make us look bad. You are allowed to exist, yes. Melody is allowed to exist. Whoever it is, they want to do their nude 18 plus content, sure they're allowed to exist. But don't you fucking dare equate most or all VTubers as purveyors of this type of content. No, you do not have the right. You do not have the decency to do such a thing. Don't smear the rest of us. Don't. What the hell is that? What the hell is that sound? What the hell is that sound? I heard something. What was that sound? Maybe it's my... Oh, it's my phone. It's my phone. It's just ridiculously loud. It's just my phone. Okay. Now let's move on to the next slide. You would think this is very cut and dry. You would think this is very cut and dry. That everyone knows exactly what the problem is with this entire thing. It should be this. See, it should be this. Straightforward. An exhibition is advertising that an R18 booth is going to be on the general exhibition floor where kids are around. It's not. You are not going to have a good time. This is not it. Get rid of it, change it, put it into After Dark, or put it in 18 plus space. That is how it should be done. Fansly has no place to be in the Offkai general exhibition. It should have been that straightforward. Okay, it should have been that straightforward. But evidently some people didn't see it that way. And let me tell you some people I have in mind, and I will name them by name because this is a serious matter. Exposing minors to content they are not of age to view. Now you can say they do it quietly. They so quietly that they do this. They quietly. It does not matter. It does not matter. It's the failure of the parents, but they are wrong to do it. But of course, some people decided to run defense for it. It's fine. You're just making a big deal. It's just a big deal. It's not gonna happen. Nothing's going to happen. Fansly is not gonna show off anything serious. Let's read some of them. There is this, I don't know who the hell this guy is, but he appears off and on, and whenever he appears, he has a horrible take, in my personal humble opinion. He was defending Darius, and Darius is defending the Offkai decision, and he is basically whatabouting. His what abouting? What's your what abouting about? His what abouting about G Fuel, gamer subs? You give that to children. You are only upset over this 18 plus pornography and Offkai. But what about the G Fuel? What about the energy drinks? You are doing bad faith, and it's ironic that you're saying you are not interested in bad faith arguments. You are doing bad faith arguments. What abouting is the classic bad faith argument? Is a classic. It's a classic. It's a classic bad faith argument. Are you gonna address Offkai or not? Are you going to address Offkai or not? Are you going to address Fansley or not? Why do these people do stupid shit like this? Why do they always do stupid shit like this? Why? We have a point to make. I have a point to make. A proper discourse is that one person makes a point, you respond to that point. Once you respond to that point, we can move on to another point. This is not it. Who teach these Westerners and Americans, Californians, dumb shit like this where someone puts a point to you and instead of arguing that point, you what about? Oh, what about this? Oh, what about that? Oh, what about this, this, and that? Then ask, can you answer the question, please? Can you address my point, please? Oh, but what about this? What about that? Shut up! You can talk about what about this, what about that after we are done with the original point. Okay? Until then, shut up! I'm glad I have a cup of coffee with me here. A little bit sweeter than I wanted it to be, but it is what it is. But Evanito, till this very day, I have no idea who the hell he is. Till this very day, I have no idea who the hell this Evan guy is. Who the hell is he? Who the hell is he? No, seriously, I don't know who he is. Who is he? I don't know who he is. I literally don't know who he is. He's like the mixtape of the Vtubing sphere. He's astroturfed, and I do not know why he exists. He should just keep his head down, shut up, and edit those clips. Because everything he says makes him look worse. This is my personal suggestion to him. He doesn't have to take my advice. He probably doesn't even see this stream. He doesn't need to take my advice, but this is my personal advice to him. Just keep his head down, just do his video editing, and shut up. That's my personal advice. If he does not want to shut up, at least have the decency to do research properly. I can't make you shut up, but I would hope that if you don't want to embarrass yourself, actually properly do the research yourself. And when you say something ridiculously stupid, like this part, the second post here, you realize Fansly isn't an adult website, right? Evan, Evan, Evan. I have seen lies better than this. I have seen lies better than this. This is embarrassing. Come on. What do you get? It's on the post you quote posted. It's literally on the post you quote posted. What the hell? It's on the Offkai website. It's on the Offkai social media account. It's everywhere. What the hell? Who the hell do you think you're lying to? Who do you think is stupid enough to fall for something like that? Who is actually stupid enough to fall for something like that? And your above post, your above comment does not make it even better. I'm not defending this, but I'm gonna be honest. Likely there may be like 10 kids attending Offkai, guys. So let's be real before we get mad at them and say kids attend this convention. It's mostly 30-year-old men. So what? So what? Evan, so what? So what? Tell me so what? Evan, tell me what's your point. Tell me what's your point. Those 10 kids are not kids. Is that what you're trying to tell me? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Those 10 kids are not kids. Is there like a baseline number of kids to be there for it to be a problem? Is that what you're trying to say? Oh, it's fine that 10 kids get exposed to this content that they're not ready for. It's just 10 kids. Is that what you're trying to say? Is that really what you're trying to say? I will not forget you, Evan. You are the mixtape of the VTuber sphere. You are the mixtape of anything VTubing related. You have no reason to be here and you're astroturf to hell. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. I have not seen anything that indicates to me you have a value or a valuable insight into the sphere. I do not see it. And people somehow still take him seriously. And speaking of, it's fine, you're just making a big deal. Okay, now, fast forward. Fast forward to not too long ago. Offkai is open. Is this still? Let's just talk about it first. Offkai is open. The booth is indeed in the public viewing area. The main exhibition area, which means, yes, children have access to this place. And as you can see up here, there is a QR code. Do you see it right there? A QR code right around here. I hope you all can see it. Any kid could access this QR code anytime they want. And guess where it goes? Hello, Kira, welcome. Guess where it goes? Guess where that QR code takes you? Would you like to guess? Would you like to guess? If you're saying this, you're absolutely right. I'm not going to show you the video. This account, as you can see, let me name him out so you can see it for yourself. KAYBE_V30. Okay? He has recorded what was in that QR code, and he viewed some of the videos on that QR code. kids can access this. Kids can access this. Kids can access this. So, how about you shut up? How about you two shut up? Kids can freely access this. This was all the people say, oh, it's gonna be in the R18 section, it's gonna be in Offkai after that, and there's no way they'll allow kids to access this. You are just complaining. You are just overreacting. Well, are we overreacting now? Are we overreacting now, you clowns? Defending Offkai? Are you overreacting right now? And would you believe it or not, this is considered not the biggest issue in Offkai. This is considered not the biggest issue in Offkai. It's not. It really is not. We have a bigger problem. We have bigger problems. We have bigger problems. And this was... I don't want to say this word. I don't want to say this word. And maybe this is a little bit more of my own personal views. It's my own personal views. But I feel that I'm entitled to these views, considering that I am also, for the past 1.5 years, a Vtuber. I feel like I'm entitled to this opinion. Because my name gets dragged down through the mud because of all of this. Our name, every single one of our names, all of us who just yap, who just play video games, who just talk, who just stream, who just do things that do not require exposing underage individuals to inappropriate content. Our name gets dragged down to the mud because this is always what makes the news cycle. This is what always gets viral on Twitter or Facebook or YouTube. I'm just good. What do I mean by this? What am I talking about? I didn't put this in the slides because it's a borderline gossip, but I think that it has enough value to be talked about. And what I'm talking about is the Offkai Offkai activities, as they say. I have seen at least one post. I've shown you at least, I'll show you one post. Let's just show you this context first. This is, you can read it out yourself. I'm not going to say it out loud, okay? Okay? It's so bad. It is so bad. First-hand accounts, second-hand accounts, everyone tells it's I'm going to be very, very subjective around. I'm going to get subjective, I'm going to get emotional, I'm going to get very, very non-biased here, okay, lurkers? Fair warning, fair warning. What I have read about all these activities is pure, unfiltered, moral degeneration. My God. If you want to do this crap, do it behind closed doors. Don't announce to the entire world about it. Don't let people know about it. Don't get as many people into all of this about it. You want to do it in the comfort on your own home. Not in public. Not in public use areas. Not in places where strangers are around. Come on. This is... And I still believe you, as your own individual, you can do what you want to do. It's your right as an adult, informed individual to do what you want to do. But that does not mean I have to withhold my opinions. Especially when what you do causes damage to everyone around you. People who never do these things, who are part of the career, part of the pathway, whether it's the pathway, the occupation, the profession, or whatever term you want to use, the hobby. We don't do these things. But because you do these things, and you self-identify as something that we identify as, we get dragged down the mud like you. I don't deserve this. My friend, who is also a VTuber, doesn't deserve this. He does not deserve this. She does not deserve this. Why do we have to be dragged down because of you? Why must our reputations go down because of you? Yes. Yes, she did. Hachiko, yes, she did. She did. But if it's any consolation, she understands at the very least, these things are too much. At least, at the very least. Credit where is due. Yet young. One matter is one matter, another matter is another matter. She understands these are bad things. It should not happen. That is worthy of note. There's enough people. It should not be normal. Of course, Annabelle. Of course, macaroni in a pot would say that. Of course, macaroni in a pot would say that. It should not be normal. Macaroni in a pot has inserted their violence into the Vtubing sphere. V alert rejecting macaroni in a pot caused too much damage. I do not want to be. I think you'll get the point. I think you all get the point. I think all of you get the point. I don't have to show you more of this. I don't have to show you more of this. But what I will show you is the damage it has caused. Okay? I will show you very clearly the damage it has started to cause. I'm going to look for it. Okay, I found it. There was this post I made a few days back, maybe last week. I can't remember the date I made it. It was about the VTuber versus IRL thing, okay? But I'm going to talk about the VTuber versus IRL thing in a lot of greater detail later, and we're going to have a proper discussion about it. But I was talking about that. And there was this account that replied to me, okay, whatever, disagree with me, sure, whatever. So we had a little bit of a back and forth. Someone else participated, not important. Then they replied to this person who was also attacking me. Someone made this point. Okay, someone made this response. And this was what pissed me off so much. You don't love VTubers, you love whales. Okay? And this statement was what pissed me off so much. This statement was what pissed me off so much. You say that as if they are not the same thing. You are saying that as if they're not the same thing, and this is why this shit pissed me off so much. This is why this shit pissed me off so much. Our reputation is down the drain. Our reputation is completely down the drain. And it's because of shit like this. Some random clown in the comments has already fallen for this impression. At the end of the day, they have fallen for this impression. And I can't even 100% blame him. I cannot even 100% blame him. I can't blame him because he formed this impression from what he witnesses. And what does he witness? This bullshit. He witnesses bullshit like this. How can I blame him? How? Tell me. How am I going to blame him? How am I going to blame him? No, seriously. Is it his fault that he formed that impression of VTubers now? Is it his fault? Right, all you hear about is Fansly. All you hear about is the closed doors Offkai night activities in a large group. This is... I want to go into a lot more rants and complaints and just pure vitriolic anger over this, but we have other things to talk about. And other things that are arguably as important to talk about. So, if we have time, we'll get back to this. We have something else to talk about. And this is the important one. And Laka-chan, this is probably the reason. This is probably the answer. But I mean, you could take a break. High cortisol stream. Okay, I could. I'm going to take a break by watching a video. And what we just said. You know who else actually bears the blame for all of this? A lot of people bear the blame for all of this. But another case is the one that mainstreamed the perception of this. The one that mainstreamed the perception of this so hard. Yes, we shoujo. Kei-san made an update on her V shoujo situation. And I thought, while I'm resting, while I catch my breath and I grab my breakfast. Well, yeah, I'll grab my breakfast. Protein bars. I got some protein bars here. We can take this opportunity to just update ourselves on what has happened so far from Kei-san's perspective, okay? We can talk about it while that happens as well. So let me eat something, and if I go quiet, it probably just means I'm eating, okay, Lucas? Give me like a couple of minutes. It's also a very short video.
One whole year since V shoujo fucked up. V shoujo が事実上ぶっ壊れてから1年がちょうど経ちました。具体的に言うと V 少女自体はまだ倒産とかそういう手続きをしてないので壊れてはいないのかもしれないん
Well, I'm not sure if you're going to miss this, but Kei-san did say V shoujo technically still exists right now. It's just, it hasn't gone anywhere. But it's basically clamped up. It's still there, but it clamped up. Apparently, Kei-san will brief you more on that, I think.
ですけど、ちょうど1年前ぐらい One whole year since V shoujo fucked up. V 少女が事実上ぶっ壊れてから1年がちょうど経ちました。具体的に言うと V 少女自体はまだ
To be specific, they still haven't declared bankruptcy. There you go. There you go. That's your answer, Luka-chan.
倒産とかそういう手続きをしてないので壊れてはいないのかもしれないんですけど、ちょうど1年前ぐらいに V 少女はもう事実上存在しなくなりました。どうも皆さん、ケイソンです。今回ちょうど1年が経ったってことで、まあいろいろあれからどうしてんの大丈夫っていう方に向けて動画をちょっと作らせていただこうと思いました。ご存知の方も多いと思うんですけど、軽く説明させていただくと、私のマネジメントをしていた会社がございまして、案件の手配ですとかグッズを発売してくださる時のまあいろいろ裏の準備とかそういうのをしてもらってた会社で V 少女っていうところがございまして、そこにね一時所属させていただいてたんですけれども、去年の今頃にその V 少女が所属タレントから、めちゃくちゃに横領をしてそのまんま失踪したっていう形で、本当に突然だったので何にもわからない状態で1年前の私はどういうことみたいにもうなるしかなかったので、まああれからね大丈夫なのかって話なんですけれども、あれからというか一度もないんですけど、あれ以降も何もあれがある最中も V 少女側からタレントへの連絡とか一切なくて、もうそのまんま消えたみたいな感じで、なんか代理の弁護士さんからちょいちょい連絡が来てたりはしてたんですけれども、それもなんか消滅して、その弁護士さんもなんか金もらってなかったらしくて、もうやめますみたいなそうだよね、弁護士さんだってお金かかるしね。
Vshoujo is so screwed that they didn't even pay their lawyers. Amazing. Amazing. Gunrun, what the hell have you done? What the hell have you done?
普通に考えたら。なので今どうなってるか全くわからないんですけれども、とりあえず横領したまんま消えた以上っていう状態で、私の方はそこからもうずっとマネちゃんと二人三脚でやらせていただいてます。うちのマネージャーのマネちゃんは V 少女に所属する前から私と一緒にやってた人なので、 V 少女にお世話になってた時も V 少女の社員でやって。
Hello, Agricola. Thank you for being here. I'm just having my breakfast, resting a bit. We had a bit of a talk just now, so we're just watching his case on video. Update about Vshoujo. Have some views? We'll talk later.
やってたんですけども、そこから抜けた後は私個人のマネージャーとして今も一緒にやっていっています。あれからいろんな人も会社も結構信じられなくなっちゃって、人ってどうやって信用するんだろうみたいな、結構人間不信、会社不信、全てにおいて不信みたいになっちゃってたんですけど、ケイソンさんいろいろ大変でしたね。よかったら全然事務所とかそういうの関係なくうちと仕事をしてくださいって言って案件くださるところとかもたくさんあって、本当にね個人としてはめちゃくちゃ充実した生活を今でも送らせていただいてるんで、その件に関してなんかいろいろ問題がとか裁判がとかなんかそういうのは全然なくて、むしろそこにも至ってないみたいな感じで、ただ私の方は忘れてはないけど平和にやらせてもらってますってことだけねまず報告させていただいて、ただやっぱりこの業界ちょっと闇深いなって思ったのが、 V 少女の件があった直後ぐらいにぜひうちとお仕事をしていただきたいです、いろいろありましたけど大変そうですけどぜひやりましょうって言ってくださって、うちの会社は全然安心してくださいって言ってた会社さんが一緒に映像を撮る仕事をさせていただいて、私も収録とか出かけたり結構大事でいろいろやらせていただいたんですけど、そこで関わってくださってた方が途中で飛んでしかも私と一緒に取材。
You know what really leaves a very bad impression in my head? You know what really leaves that? You know Mountain Dew? Gunrun's second in command, the 2IC, the second in command. He just laughed as he was sinking. Pretended to be innocent all this time. Now, we can only guess if he's innocent or not, but I suspect my personal suspicion is that he's not, and he just went back to producing his YouTube videos, keeping his head down, pretending none of it ever happened. That same Mountain Dew. How things you grew up watching, things you grew up enjoying, the people behind them end up just being so disappointing, I would say.
取材とかね、もうほんといろんな方々を巻き込んでやった取材とかのデータをそのまま持ったまま消えたらしくって、失踪で、まあ結局表に出ることなく、いやうちは絶対大丈夫なんでって笑顔で言ってたあの顔全然忘れられない。
That is I think Keishon will and should always be careful now if any agency goes up to her and say, hey, want to work with us? You have to think. Keishon, I hope you take a course in accounting. I hope you take a course in accounting. Learn some auditing. Then go up to the company who is offering you a position, offering you all these lofty promises, being all desperate, wanting you around. You would say, give me your financials. Give me your financials. Give me your accounts. I want to audit them. Then after you know everything is fine, everything is good enough, then you can consider the offer. I think so. I think that's what Kason should do.
あれないんですけど、はい、そんなこともあってやっぱこの業界闇深いなって普通に思いましたね。そこはちなみに本当に未払いとかはなくて、物として表には出なかったんですけれども、あいつがなんか全部映像とか全部持って飛んだせいですいませんお金をお支払いします、ちゃんとお支払いします、大変申し訳ありませんでしたっつって責任を取ってくださったんで問題は起きなかったんですけど、最終的にその会社さんがそのスタッフの尻を拭ったんですけど、まあ闇だなって思いました。普通にこういうこと普通にあるんで、この業界結構普通にあります。マジでエンタメ業界怖い。いやこの業界ってね、結構ねもう不適合者の集まりなんだよマジで。一般社会でやっていけない。
The industry is just a pack of crazy people who got kicked out of normal society. I can't even The people in leadership, they do, indeed. The people in leadership, the so-called big names who participate in all this Imperial Palace drama. Look. Just because you are not a normie, that doesn't mean you don't have to be normal. Oh, Cian Holobrush, that's a story. That is a spicy story. That's a very spicy story. And I think Kason is talking about more than just V Shoujo if I'm willing to bet. I do not trust Gunrun. I do not trust Mountain Dew. And I am very weary of Melody. People always ignore Melody because she positioned herself as like a victim as well. But like you said, like some of you all say, Melody has a stake in V Shoujo. She can't not know things that were happening behind the scenes. She could not. She could not. Gunrun, he has the big share as the CEO of the blame, sure. But Mountain Dew and Melody, they are not clean. I don't think they're clean. For sure, they are not clean. But V Shoujo basically, I think V Shoujo. Remember how there was this hello trumpet, thank you for the gifted. I'm very grateful. Miyabi, the only mature sang trumpet. Let's go back into the topic. I remember there was this discussion that was had a long time ago. It's like back in 2020 or 2021. There was this talk about how we're talking about wokeism, okay? Just talk a little bit about wokeism. The woke. There was a lot of talk, a lot of discussion. How did it get so bad? How did it get so bad? It has always had its ugly sides, admittedly, but most of the times it was still restrained and constrained in Tumblr. It was still restrained and constrained in certain industries like games journalists. But how did it get so bad? That was the question that really was a question that was really being circulated around in the late 2010s and the early 2020s. How did it get so bad? And people point out something. There was a trigger point of sorts. It was a trigger point of sorts, and it was a slow burn. Glee. You know Glee? Remember Glee? Remember Glee? Do you remember that old show, Glee? That AstroTurf show that I've no idea how it got successful. I would rather listen to the original singers than a bunch of kids singing a cover to a song. No, not High School Musical. Glee. Yeah. Glee. Its name was Glee. Yeah. Some people identified that Glee was like a plague ship for the woke. And one of the biggest reasons, the most regressive wokeism, where it's fake diversity and inclusion, fake anti-racism, all of that trash, fake open-mindedness, fake tolerance. It's noticeable that the XV shoujo girls associate with each other but not melody. Interesting indeed. I did not know. I have noticed that, okay? But back to the point about Glee. It was a plague ship. It was the reason why how wokeism managed to enter the mainstream in the late 2010s up until the early 2020s. Because of shows like Glee. And back into this presentation for a brief moment. How did this become the norm in certain parts of the Western Vtubing sphere? It's because of V-shoujo. It really is because of V-shoujo. Now, I will not deny that V-shoujo had... I do not blame any of the people who accepted V-shoujo's offer. They didn't know better. But I will blame the management. And as much as, from what I've learned so far, learn enough, even if it's just hints and traces, I blame Melody. They paved the way for things like this. They did. They really did, and I'm tired of pretending that they did not. But let's get back to this.
からこの業界来ましたみたいなガチでそういう人が本当にめちゃくちゃ多いんですよ。私もその一人ですし、まあ私はどちらかというと一般社会でやっていけない人がここで、やっていけてる人がここだとしたらどちらかというとやっていけてる人よりのこの辺なんですけど、やっていくには相当な精神的苦痛を自らに強いるみたいな、そういうタイプの人間だったんで、この業界来れてめちゃくちゃ嬉しいし、全然ね後悔してないし、奪われたものよりもこの業界に来て得たものの方が 100%、150%、2000% 多いんでいいかなって感じなんですけど、 YouTuber、インフルエンサーとか憧れの世界だと思うんですけど、闇ですよ、闇。本当にもう真っ黒。ただやっぱね、おかしな
It scares me. It scares me. I don't think I would rather be I would rather slowly grind my way to my own personal success as a VTuber than to latch on to an agency or latch on to big names who offer quote-unquote friendship for something in return. I would not have one of those. No, I'm staying clear away from that. I saw what happens when you trade favors for friendship. You have cases like Ted Tone, who often over and over and over again brag about how he has blackmail of so many people. No, I'm not touching any of them. No, I'm not doing. I'm not doing. There are only a few big names or medium names that I care enough to want to talk with them, to hang out with them, and if they are willing to be friends with them. But most, no. No. Rena, shut up. Rena, please shut up. Rena, please shut up. We are not having this talk right now. We are talking about serious things. Rena, we are talking about serious things.
な人たちが多いからちょっと面白くはある、正直。ネタにはこと書かないっすね。みたいな、普通に働いてたら絶対ありえないようなことが平気で起こる。起こっちゃう。起こしてくるもん、本当に。頭大丈夫みたいな人いっぱいいるから。
K-Son, honestly, I can't, this is something I can relate to. Sometimes you just see shit on the internet. Even in real life. Sometimes you see shit on the internet, and even in real life, sometimes you just cannot help but ask, what is humanity? What is humanity? No, seriously, what is humanity? At this point, yes, extreme good, extreme bad, but I still hold on to the white pill, because the extreme good, you see some of the best of humanity, and you just feel like when you see those right people, you just feel at the back of your head, in your mind, you know, at the end of the day, everything's going to be okay when you see humans like that. But on the flip side, you see some of the absolute worst and the violence of humanity, and oh my goodness, it's like your life is drained out of you. It's like agony. Your life is drained out of you. Oh my god. And it makes me wonder. It really makes me wonder. I made a meme yesterday. I posted a meme yesterday. And it really does make me wonder. I'll show you. I posted a meme yesterday. This meme. I know for a fact that there is a not insignificant number of people who do think the same way as this AI did. Some of them really does give you that. You meet some people who are just that comically, irredeemably evil. Just so evil. You question your convictions. There are some of those moments, I'm not gonna lie. I still hold on to my convictions, but oh my god, I'm so tempted to question them most of the time. And yes, what happened to Pikami also showed me the depths of when humans can be evil, they can be very evil. That is the most important point. People, again, like I say, it's an old saying. Humans are capable of incredible good or incredible evil, and we just see and unfortunately, very unfortunately, what makes the news? What makes viral? What goes viral? What always gets in front of our eyes? What gets in front of our ears are always the news about incredible evil. We hardly ever get to see the incredible good because there's this saying in Chinese culture. There's this saying in Chinese culture. You do 100 good things to one person. Now you do one bad thing, everyone loses their mind. I can tell you right now, there is countless, probably thousands, maybe millions of good people doing extremely good things to others. And we will never ever hear about them. We will never read about them. We will never see them. We will never watch them. Because the way social media and the way us humans, well, you humans, I'm just using us humans because I want to relate better with you all, Lakers. I know from my human lessons. That if we say us or we or us, that you are more likely to agree with me. But I want to be honest, you humans like watching the dramas. You humans like watching the bad people doing bad things so that you can point your righteous anger at them. And I'm not saying it's wrong. It's completely right. It's correct. Find those bad people. Find them everywhere. Hunt them down and criticize them. Hunt them down on their social media. Criticize them legally. Spread awareness about their bad behavior. Call them out. Of course, keep doing that. That's correct. But I do think, and I'm also sometimes a criminal to this as well. Don't say I'm above humans, okay? Don't say I'm above humans, but I'm sometimes a criminal to this. We need to talk about the good things. We need to talk about the things that you read before you go to sleep and you just have a sound, peaceful sleep. Or you wake up in the morning and you read something and your day just brightens for the entire day and nothing can keep you down. We need more of those. I'm also guilty of doing those things. The negativity, the worst of humanity. Yokai, shut up. Rina, shut up. Yes. Unfortunately, the world and reality is structured around that. And doing bad and doing evil is so easy, but doing good is often always the measure of your personal strength. It is the measure of your personal strength. No, Rina, shut up. Ryan, okay, Ryan. Yan, okay, go buy groceries. I hope you buy something nice. I hope you buy something else. I need to think what I want for dinner as well, actually. That's a good question. Oh my god, I have to think about what I need to eat for dinner. But I think... Should we finish? We still have 4 minutes of a K-Son video, so you know what? We'll finish it. And then we'll continue with the topic.
まあでも引き続きね、事務所っていうバックが全然ないにもかかわらず、いろんな方々が関わって支えられて全然楽しくやっていけてます。ありがとうございます。先日は個人的にイベントもさせていただいて、まあこれからやろう。
At the end of the day, K-Son is lucky. Well, I wouldn't say K-Son is lucky, but she has a good cushion. And good for her. She has a very good cushion to fall down on. And that's very good for her. And she made it herself. That's a good thing. She made it all by herself. She has been streaming for what? A decade. She has been streaming for a decade. Before she even had a VTube, before she even had a virtual model, a VTuber model. She had been streaming for a decade from Nico through to YouTube and everywhere else. She made this cushion for herself and good for her. But can you imagine those who do not have one? All because certain people are too greedy, all because certain people do not understand the value of the importance, the implications of managing the lives of others, the well-being of others. Rina, shut up.
You will have nothing and you will like it.
Trumpet, that was not what I mean. That was not what I mean. Rina, that is not what I mean. Can you all shut up, please? But anyway, thank you for the tool. Marcos don't encourage
言わなくても
them.
いいぐらいめっちゃ個人なんですけど、もう大成功で楽しいイベントさせていただきまして、イベントで得られた収益でまたイベントやるって感じで、今後はねイベント創業
I mean, yes. To be fair, yes. To be fair, yes. George, yes. Most streamers I do watch are VTubers. And you know what? I have actually gone to watching. Of course, there's the Pink Woman, there is the Tenma, there is the Pippa, there is the Lulu. Of course, there's always the Lulu. Sometimes Fuji Aoi. Sometimes Fuji Aoi. Then there's Crony. But nowadays, I also spend a little bit more time just watching some of my friends stream. Because when I am off stream, I have things to do, I have work to do. Sometimes I just go online. Sometimes I'm on the PC, I have to do certain work, so I just leave their stream on. And it's nice hanging out with them. If I have the time, I just chat with them. It's nice. It's nice. I have never ever watched a human stream. The only ever so-called closest I've ever watched to a human stream, it's not streaming. It's PewDiePie. But his are like edited videos, so it kind of does not count 100%.
で自転車操業、イベント操業でやらせていただきたいと思います。ファンの方と交流する機会って私すごい貴重だし大好きだし楽しいし、結構闇深い業界ですけど、まあ私の方は楽しく変わらずやらせていただいてますよってことで、おかげさまで総長もね。
I think this is a good point to make, that K-Son make. The industry may be dark. The cliques may be dark. There are mean girls, and we're going to talk about mean girls later. There are some very unpleasant people in the industry, but the best thing you can do is to avoid them like the plague. keep your head down and do what you love. There are horrible people in the YouTube sphere. There are horrible people in the streamer sphere. There are horrible people in the games industry. There are horrible people in the music industry, for damn sure. Acting everywhere. But don't let the evil of this world discourage you from doing what you want to do. Because the moment you do that, you let them win. You let them win. And don't give them the satisfaction of seeing you give up.
楽しくやらせてもらってるんで、本当にね、IP とか奪われてなくてよかったなっていう。
Oh my god. Oh my god, that would have been horrifying. That would have been horrifying if she had her own identity taken away from her. That is horrible.
少女関連で唯一マジで良かったことは IP を取られてなかったこと。あれ取られてたらマジ V 少女がなくなった時点で総長っていうアイデンティティそのまま消えなきゃいけなかったんで、一緒に。だからそれだけ本当に良かったなとは思ってますね。総長かわいいねこれ本当に。
K-Sot, K-Sot Socho is her V's virtual
結構質問で言われたのが、またどっかにグループ組んだりとか所属することはありますかっていうのがよく聞かれるんですけど、まあそれはちょっと難しいよね。Trust issues。別になんか誰かと一緒に何かをやることには何の抵抗もないんですけど、そこになんか金銭的な。
Oh, lunch break is over. Have a good stream, Badme. Thank you for the service. The feature. Well, thank you for the 5 trumpet. I have to. It is my obligation to the VTuber community. I am, after all, the generalissimo of the VTuber community. My subjects are my responsibility. Trumpet. So, of course, it is my obligation and my duty to be in the service of the VTuber community. As its president, its chairman, its generalissimo, its shogun, if you will. So yeah, anyway, have a good rest of the workday, and if you drop back in, drop back in. Otherwise, I'll see you a different day.
なんか何かが発生するのはもう嫌かも。案件とかお仕事は別ですよ。どっかに所属してそこからお仕事もらう代わりにこれこれの報酬の何%をみたいな、そういう関係にはもう誰ともなりたくないので、まあ個人的にね楽しくやっていくかなって感じですね。どっかに所属してた方がいろんな大きな機会をいただけるってことは絶対にそっちの方が有利だし、そういうのを逃すことになるんじゃない。
K-Sung does not need a company anymore. Not her. I don't think she needs a company. A company is probably going to give her a little bit quicker of a progress, but she doesn't need. Her graph is still going upwards. It's not like a difference between your graph is going downwards and the company makes it go up. Is that your graph is going upwards, the company at best is just going to make the upwards graph trend a little bit more vertical. Amuser sus brain rot 67. Amuser sus 67 brain rot. You should have just said 420 sus 67 brain rot 69. Seriously. That should have been your username.
ないのと言われたらそれはそうかもしれないんですけども、なんかもう今は自分の心の安定とかそういうのの方が優先、人生の楽しさとか優先。もうなんか私なんか一生分の承認欲求もう満たされたからさ、なんかもうありがとうって感じもうなんかみんな本当にも 満たしてくれてるから、十分あまり欲張っちゃいけないねって思ってます。だからこれ以上はなんか上を目指すっていうか、まずはちゃんと自分の信用とか実績とかそういうのを
ChatGPT shows in
作
my
り直さな
name.
きゃいけないなって時間かけて、私は間違ったところを信用しちゃったし、
Oh, no.
その信用したところをいいところだよっていう風にもいろんな人に言っちゃったから、
Make him
なん
up
かそういう意
right
味で
next time.
お前の感覚どうなってんのっていうのはやっぱり崩れたと思ってる、自分で。そう私も自分の感覚を信じられないし、まずそこを自分の目の前のね一個一個の仕事を大切にやっていくことによって、だからどでかい企業さんとどでかいなんかタイアップ案件みたいなのはできないかもしれないけれど、ちっちゃな信用からこう取り戻していって、なんかこれ別に私はなんか悪いことしたわけじゃないんだけど、でもそういうもんだと思うんで地道に努力していって、最終
67.
的に大きなことがね、
Oh, just
でっかくできるようになるまで今は時間かける時期かなと思っています。なので引き続き皆さんね応援していただけたら嬉しいかなと思いつつ、感謝もしつつ生きてる、そんな感じの近況でございます。ちょうど去年の今頃はね結構絶望してて、どうすんの今後みたいになってたんですけど、まあ意外とね時間経つとね忘れるもんですね。なんかあんなこともあったなぐらいに今慣れてるのが良かったなって思ってます。これも全部皆さんが応援してくれているおかげなので本当にありがとうございます。本当にありがとうございます。これからもね私がどこを目指していくのかはまあ流れって感じですけども、まあ応援していただけたら嬉しいのでよろしくお願いします。
If I honestly, I think Kaeson's gonna be okay. She's gonna be okay. She has weathered worse things. She has weathered the starting years of streaming, and that is already the biggest uphill battle you can have. But back into this topic. How can someone who's been in the industry for years be so gullible to fall for V shoujo? You honestly do not know. I honestly would not know, but do not underestimate certain people's ability to persuade you. DZ. Do not underestimate. There are some sociopaths, there are some psychopaths, and they can be very, very charming. They can be very soft-spoken. They will go to your face with the brightest smile you can ever imagine. They will say all of the best words, all of the words crafted specifically to make you agree with them. If you are a person who cares for your ego, they will say everything to give that ego of yours so much satisfaction. If you care a lot for money, they will tell you what you will get if you work with them, and they will go into so much detail about how much money you're going to make, how you're going to make that money. You would not even believe it. Hello Dreambird. That, and of course, if you value sincerity, sociopaths and psychopaths they can be, some of them, they can be such good actors, they can be method actors, they can pretend, they are the most genuine person you have ever met. But the secret is in the eyes. They can give you the best smile. They can give you the softest voice. They can say all of the right things you can hear. But you see their eyes. You see their eyes. Okay? I want you to, if you talk to someone and they're trying to convince you on something, being so nice to you, you see their eyes. If their eyes matches their smile, if the emotion that comes out of their voice and comes out of their facial expressions extends to their eyes, you have to know where true sincerity is. A truly sincere person, a truly genuine person, they will not just tell you all the things you want to hear. No, a truly sincere person would not always tell you the things you want to hear. If anything, the truly sincere person would probably say all the things you do not want to hear. And it sucks. It does suck. It really does suck. You are tempted to hate the sincere person. You are tempted to dislike the sincere person. You are tempted to just cut them off for being sincere. But if they're wrong, you explain to them why they're wrong. They are human. You can explain to them why they're wrong. But on the flip side, if they're right about you, remember, they do not need to do that. They do not need to say to your face that you are. You do not have to say to your face that you have a problem. They do not have to say to your face that you have an attitude problem, or you're making a mistake, or you're doing something stupid. They do not have to tell you that. They do not have to be the bad guy. They could say, "Oh, you're doing great. Oh, you own them. Oh, you're gonna nail it," and all that. No. Not always. Not always. But at the end of the day, you have to understand, lurkers, that this is before the time that VTuber agencies got solidified their bad reputation. VShojo in its early years, no one knew how bad it was. No one knew. No one knew until people started digging. Shut up, Lovehouse. Shut up, Wispy. Shut up, Tin. Every single time I talk about serious topics, who am I kidding? I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted. Phew. Okay, enough sidetracks and distract. We're going back to this. We're going back to the next topic. And oh boy, I'm gonna be ready for the next topic. I have to get ready for the next topic. I'm gonna grab a new cup of coffee. Should I get another cup of coffee? I probably should. Get another cup of coffee. Yeah, but I need to get another cup of coffee. Give me a couple minutes, because I need to get a new cup of coffee, because otherwise I probably don't have the energy to explode on this one. 67676767. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Hit the notification bell button. If you don't, your favorite hobby will get a big invasion of the modern audience at 3 a.m. tonight. $5 a month. What the hell did Rena just say? Rena, that is disgusting. Rena, that is absolutely disgusting. Rena, that is absolutely disgusting. You stand at the side. You stand at the corner right there right now. You stand at the corner right there right now. You think about what you just said. You think about what you just said. You think about what you just said. Oh, nice. A nice hot cup of coffee, brand new. Sugar-free this time. The previous cup was far too sweet for me. Okay. We are moving to the next topic. The next topic is... Lurker-chan, I don't know if you're still here. Lurker-chan, I don't know if you're still here, but this is where things start to roll. This is the new thing that happened in Offkai 2026. Can you shut up about that, please? Lurkers, can you please shut up about that, please? Enough! Stop it! Mr. Weak-hearted Nefits. Oh my goodness, thank you for the membership. Thank you for membership. I'm grateful. But anyway, Lucas, shut up. We have topics. We are going to get into it. Lucas, you asked about why some VTubers have recognized the old ways. I'm going to talk to you about it. Another thing that happened in Offkai, for some reason, I did not expect it to happen. I really didn't expect it to happen. Rena, shut up! Rena, don't think I didn't see. Don't think I didn't see. Don't think I didn't see. I saw. Rena, I saw. Anyway, don't break my momentum. This is the incident. It is called the immersion break incident in Offkai 2026. Now, the immersion break incident has left me with... I have my clear opinions on the very idea of it, but what I am in mixed feelings about is how it manifested. I don't know who to trust. Honestly, I do not know who to trust. I really do not know who to trust. But I'll tell you the long and short story. The long and short story is that during the periods of Offkai 2026, as the convention continued, and also as the few days or the day after it ended, there has been a lot of complaints from... Well, they call it VTubers. VTubers. Now, I'm going to use VTubers colloquially, because every time calling them self-claimed VTubers is probably too long, but VTubers complain about how their own fan base have essentially left them. Essentially. And the reason they left them was that these fans saw them in real life. Well, and of course, it does not really matter if the actual VTuber behind the avatar is ugly, a man or a woman, or looks weird, or looks fine, or anything like that. But the fact is, they saw their so-called, their supposed favorite VTuber in real life, and they did not like it. They did not like it, and they left. They withdrew support for that VTuber. And the reasons that were being thrown around, according to these VTubers from Offkai, is that the fans were upset that their immersion was broken. Okay? What is everyone talking about Lord of the Rings now? Why? Why is everyone talking about Lord of the Rings right now? Is it because I said I saw Rena's post before she deleted it? We're getting a little bit sidetracked again because we have to go back and focus. Back onto this topic. I cannot read chat now. I really cannot read chat now. I cannot read you all, because otherwise my train of thought is going to just keep damaging itself. It will keep damaging itself until I lose track of what I wanted to say. This is not ideal. It is very not ideal. But yeah, back to this topic. So there's a lot of, as you can see in the post here, there are quite a few posts or people complain about it. What do you mean there's an issue that people who saw what Oshis look like IRL and un-Oshi them in Offkai? And I'm going to, as I read this post, I'm gonna lose my cool again. I'm sorry, I'm gonna lose my cool again. I'm really going to lose my fucking cool again. I'm just getting angry again. Jeez, I'm getting so angry again. I'm so angry. I am so goddamn angry. Let's read this post. I'm not even gonna lie, this worries me a bit. I will fight for you, Sella, but also if a VTuber is presenting themselves. I want to not let my emotions get the better of me as I read this, but every single word that comes out of all these people, I can feel fire and brimstone. So much fire and brimstone. But let's read. I will keep reading. Okay? I'll keep reading. But also, if a VTuber is presenting themselves IRL, it is optional for the fans to meet them, and those fans should not get to complain about the physical appearance that they optionally could have skipped out, knowing if it will break their immersion. Okay? People changing their minds after seeing their IRL breaking immersion is genuinely awful. Please remember that there's a human being behind the anime avatar. They can't handle this fucking response. This response. If they can't handle their Oshi IRL, they don't deserve them virtually neither. People booking it after getting their immersion broken after seeing their Oshis IRL is literally nightmare scenario. Meet and greet virtual forever. Mutuals and friends, let's handle. That's a fair enough thing to say. Hearing about people because of immersion breaks at Offkai, I get if it's immersion instead of the spirit of Vtubing, but it still feels bad because it seems to be more insidious, and then we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that. And I'm just holding myself back. I'm holding myself back to input some opinions. But I will talk about this right now. It's so funny to me. It's so ironic to me. Do you notice the irony, Lucas? By the way, I'm crashing out right now, okay? Lucas, I'm crashing out right now. I'm crashing out right now. Lucas, do you notice the hilarious, I'm not laughing, but it's hilarious, hilarious irony that so many before this Offkai thing happened, so many of all these English VTubers who go so hard on this, do you ever notice all these people who go so hard on this? Oh, VTubing has changed. VTubing is not like the classic Japanese or Asian tradition that we came to know it for. Things have changed. Things have changed. You understand things have changed? Things have changed. Get with the times. Get with the times, bigots. Get with the times, old man. And what do I see that clowns do? They still use the word Oshi. Piss off, kindly piss off. Kindly piss off. You still use the word Oshi. You still call yourself VTubers. You still use the word say so. What has changed? Some things you want to change, while others you want to keep because it's appealing. Oshi? Graduation? VTuber? Why is breaking the taboo suddenly so progressive? Why is suddenly breaking the taboo so progressive? But instead of breaking every single taboo and being a completely different identity, you cheaply and shamelessly rely on the very cultural features of the scene, the hobby, the profession that you are insulting. You still use Oshi. You still use VTuber. You still use graduation. When it fits you, when it markets you, when you can still market it. When it gives you the clout, when it gives you the popularity, when you want to use the VTubing identity to jumpstart your own little career, You wanna use it like a slingshot for your own little streaming career? Oh, you love it so much. You love the VTubing culture so much. You love the words. You love the word Oshi. You love calling yourself a VTuber. You love using the word graduation. But when you have to abide by the traditions, when you have to abide by the traditions, suddenly it's too much work. Suddenly it's get with the times. Suddenly it's VTubing has changed. Don't make me vomit. Don't make me vomit. If you're going to use the identity of VTubers, if you're going to use the culture of VTubing, if you're going to use the appeal of VTubing, you take the good with the bad. You take the troublesome. You take the troublesome with the good. And the troublesome, I know for some of you, because you have your shameless ego. You have to fight the urge to plaster your face everywhere on social media. I know for a fact you do. You care so much about showing your face to the internet. But please fight the urge. You wanted to enter the VTubing sphere. We didn't drag you in here. No VTuber fan, no existing old school VTuber dragged you into this. You entered it yourself. You entered it yourself and you want it to change. You want it to selectively change for your little pretty, arbitrary wants and fancies. But you still want to exploit the identity. You still want to exploit. Rena, shut up. You still want to exploit the charm of the original scene. Shit. How long have I been muted? Lucas, how long have I been muted? How long? Holy shit, so you didn't hear anything about Midas, did you? These are those... You didn't hear anything about Midas, did you? Okay. What did you last hear? What did you last hear then? Because I need to know exactly where stupid freaking mic stopped. Muted itself. About a minute. Last I hear you say big merch. Big merch drop? No. Can you? No, seriously, can you tell me where I stopped? Because I need to know exactly where I stopped. I legitimately do not know because my brain, my memory had benefit from the. Rena, shut up. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. I'll just say it. Basically, I'm just ranting about how these so-called quote-unquote new VTubers, okay, new VTubers, they always talk about, oh, Vtubing has changed. Get with the times, geezer. Get with the times, old hag. Vtubing has changed. Get with the times. You can now show your face to everyone, and I respect you more if you show your face. You have to show your face, VTuber. You have to show your face. Vtubing has changed. It's not Vtubing anymore. Oh, what? You want us to stop calling ourselves VTubers? No, don't be a gatekeeper, bigot. What? You don't want us to use the word Oshi anymore? Don't police our words, bigot. What? You don't want us to use terms like graduation and you just want to say stop streaming? Don't be such a spoiled sport. Have some sympathy. No! You either take the good with the bad, or what you perceive it to be the bad. You love to use the term VTuber. You love to use the term Oshi. You love to use the term graduation. Use everything. Take everything. You don't get to pick. You do not get to pick. It is a full package deal. You take the convenient with the inconvenient. You don't get to profit off the title of VTuber. You do not get to gain the clout of being referred to as a VTuber. But you abandon what makes VTubing VTubing. And what do I mean again? You do not get to abandon the kayfabe. You do not get to arbitrarily decide a fan's immersion is not valuable. You do not get to decide to show your face, unmask, full details, eyes, mouth, features, everything, and still have the right, in my humble opinion, to refer to yourself as a VTuber. You do not have the right to say, hello, my name is VTuber A, and this is me in real life. VTuber A in real life. You do not have the right to say that. You have the right to exist. Make no mistake, that's not what I'm saying. You have the right to exist, but don't insult me. Don't insult every VTuber fan from the old days. Don't insult every single old school VTuber who has followed the old ways since day one by calling yourself a VTuber. You are a streamer with a virtual avatar. No one's gonna take that away from you. I will not take that away from you. Even if I have the power to take that away from you, I won't. It's your right to exist in that way. But what I do not appreciate is that you use the term VTuber like some cheap marketing pull, some cheap marketing stunt. You do not care about VTubing. You do not care about our traditions. You do not care about our customs. You do not care about what is important. You do not care about the foundations, the origins and the foundations of VTubing. You do not give a shit. You couldn't even care less. And when we tell you to start caring just a little bit more, you call us toxic. You call us gatekeepers. You call us bad people. I'm not going to play these games with you. I'm not going to play these games with you. But that does not mean I will be unwilling to talk to you. I have my opinions. You share it from me right now. These are my opinions. Whether you can change my mind on that, you are welcome to try. You're definitely welcome to try. You're definitely welcome to try. But as it stands, words have meaning. Now, what I wanted to say before the mic got muted again was that this is going to be an interesting talk. And I hope one day, I really hope one day, one fine day, Midas is not so busy. Because I think we can really have a good talk about this. We really can have a very good talk about this. And if Midas is not busy, and I pester her, how busy pester her, I want to have this talk with her. Because Midas is not like me. It's not like Rat. It's not like Maxi. It's not like Sane. We are old-fashioned. We are the old ways. We are VTubers of the old ways. Midas has one foot into the new way, the new ways. But as you'll see later on, she lifted her foot out and she went back in. But she used to have a foot in the new ways. But here's the thing. She has very distinct opinions on this entire situation. And I think that I really want to have this talk with her, especially on the principles of people using the identity as a means to gain clout, people using the identity as a means to gain popularity, but they do not abide by the traditions. Okay? Well, let's move on to the next slide. This one. So Midas well, there are a few opinions. So we'll go with the opinions on the left first, then we'll move to Midas, okay? We'll go with the medium. We'll go with the opinions on the left, then we'll move to Midas. So these are two competing opinions, okay? These are two competing opinions. So there is an account called Not Azehara. I don't know if it's actually Azehara who manages it, but maybe it's Azehara's off-kilter account on the out. I don't know if it is. But Azehara said something that basically reflects our old school views on VTubing. So in response to this person who said, I saw some posts about people that ditched their Please. Please. Stop it. Stop it. If you're going to spit on the traditions, at least have the decency to not use the words. Please. Please don't. Oh, wait, what? Roman sauce? Do? 3, 4, 5, 7. What did you just... Oh my god. Oh my god. Thank you for the gifted subs. Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm so grateful. Thank you for the gifted subs. So, no, seriously. Oh my god. So many of... Oh my goodness. I was not expecting this. Thank you for the gifted subs, Roman. Thank you for the gifted subs, Roman. I hope I am worth your time. I hope I'm worth your time, and now I hope I'm worth your financial... I hope I'm worth your time and worth your support, basically. I hope I am. And I hope that you will just stick around and that you find my conversations to be worth your time and your effort. Thank you very much, Roman. Thank you. Oh no, the mods didn't get the gifts. Oh no. Oh no, the gacha was not with you, Mod-chan. The gacha was not with you, and the gacha was not with Lurker-chan as well. Tragedy. It is a tragedy. It is such a tragedy. It is such a tragedy. But thank you, Roman. No, seriously, thank you. It is lurkers like you who lurk but show so much support, and of course, every single lurker who takes the time to be here, who shows so much support, is why I enjoy doing this. Why? Till now, I have zero regrets ever taking this path. But because I took this path, I'm going to do it 100%. I'm going to do it 100%. Some of you lurkers say Benmin VTuber debut when? And honestly, that was what I was thinking back in October of 2024. If I'm going to debut as a VTuber, I'm going to do it right. I'm going to do it properly. I'm going to follow traditions. I am really going to follow traditions. I want to follow traditions till the end, to whatever ends it is. It is so important. I don't know why. Rena, shut up, please. Rena, please shut up. Don't ruin the moment. Please, do not ruin the moment. But I want... What we do not... What... Oh my god, my brain is short-circuiting already. Give me 30 seconds to reboot, Lekers. Give me 30 seconds to reboot. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. I'm ready to continue. All right. What I wanted to talk about was about okay, let's go back to this slides. Let's go back to these slides and we'll go read them together. Oh, sorry. Wrong button again. We will read them together. We read them together. Again is the discourse. Let's discuss. Daisho, welcome. Welcome to Lurkers. Thank you for the membership. My brain has rebooted. I hope, thank goodness I have a cup of coffee here to tide me through when my brain starts to get too tired. I definitely for sure need that. Hachiko, don't. If you lurkers cannot afford this, if you cannot afford this, honestly, your presence here right now, talking to me, is more than I can ask for. It's really more than I can ask for. I have seen some VTubers who have a chat that's so quiet, and I look at mine and I'm like, why? I have no right to be ungrateful. I wake up with a grateful heart. I wake up with a grateful mind because so many of you lurkers are just so willing, so open to talking, so willing to express yourself, to express your opinions. And I don't even care if most of you are arguing with me or we go get into heated arguments, because you know why? It's better than silence. It is so much better than silence. It is so much better than silence. And that it takes effort to type things onto a screen and express your opinions to somebody. It takes so much effort. Don't let other ungrateful streamers, don't let other ungrateful streamers and ungrateful VTubers tell you it is useless. That chatting is useless if you don't give them money. Don't ever let them tell you that. Don't ever listen to them when they tell you that. Don't ever listen to them. But if you do not give money to them, you do not have the right to say anything. No. Do not. You always have the right to say what you want to say. Those VTubers and those streamers who say those things to your face, they are ungrateful. They are very ungrateful. They only see you as a cash cow. They think by being obnoxious to people who can't afford, but they still give their time to go to their streams to watch. That is a payment. That is already an investment. Every little dollar they get on top of that is a blessing. And they don't understand that. Time is currency. Effort is currency. Moving your fingers on a keyboard is currency. Instead of choosing to go to sleep, they watch you talk and interact with you. That is currency. Instead of taking their break times off of work, doing something else like playing a video game or watching a YouTube video, they watch your stream. That is currency. The true currency is care. If people care about what you say, if people care about what you do, if people care enough to go to your stream every single time you stream to say hi, to drop an opinion, to even drop an argument, that already has the value. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Yes, of course, sure, we will all love We all love the moolah. We all love the money. And who doesn't like money? But you have to be fair to people. You have to be fair to people. Time is money. Time is currency. Care is investment. Actually, but I mean, I do have a question. Why most of that type of streamers are always just only chatting streamers? I don't have to answer if you don't wanna. That is a good question, actually. That is a very good question. That's actually a very... Okay. I don't know if it's accurate, but I can speculate. Maybe they believe that, quote-unquote, directly interacting with your audience is a way for them to give you more money. Maybe to them that's the tactic. Maybe that's the technique. But then already you're maybe that's just the quote-unquote meta. That's just a quote-unquote meta. You talk with your audience more, they are more likely to give you money. That's probably their interpretation of it. But honestly, they have gone in losing already. It might work for some, but it does not work for many. You're only, in my opinion at least, you have a just chatting stream because you want to talk with the people. You want to talk with the people in your stream. You have an opinion to express. You have a view to say. You have a ramble, you have a rant, you have a complaint. Anything you want to say, that's what the chatting is for. And if they want to participate in a conversation, they can have a conversation. That's, to me, the purpose of just chatting. But I've never heard, actually, Hachiko, I've never really genuinely heard about how most of the money-hungry streamers only do just chatting. That is kind of like, because I don't keep track of streamers, big surprise. I don't keep track of Vtubers, big surprise. But that's my guess. To them, I think, if I have to guess, to them, those type of streamers, just chatting is just a means to an end, rather than for the sake of it itself. When I do a just chatting stream, I do it for the sake of it, because I want to talk about things. I want to explore things with you all lurkers. I want to watch a video with you all and comment about them. I want to just have a chat with you all. If you want to bring up a new topic, if you want to bring up some new issue you want to talk about, that's my point of having just chatting. But to think that if what you're implying is true, to think that there are some people who just have a just chatting so that people can throw money at them, that is, wow. Shameless. They expect so much and give so little indeed. Which is why I do my best. For every single lurker who decides to go above and beyond, exceeding my expectations, above and beyond, and actually dropping a membership or dropping a super chat or dropping a bit or something like that, I owe them to myself to put in more effort in the stream. Whether it's talking about a topic or talking about a different topic or expressing something that is hopefully valuable to them, I have to go further. Yeah, there is a solid amount of streamers. Yep. And lurker chat, I think most of you lurkers are here for my yaps. I have a feeling that most of you lurkers are mostly here for my yaps. Unless you're watching me suffer through some turn cringe games, that's a whole different story. For some reason you all always stick around for my turn cringe streams. I don't know why. Maybe it's just watching me suffer But yeah. There's another game I want to suffer through is turn-based games. The algorithm is hard to beat. Hello Mockingjay, welcome. Anyway, I've been rambling so much. Do y'all say anything? Do y'all say anything else? Let me see. But here's my advice. Here's my advice to any aspiring streamer. Here's my advice to every aspiring streamer and aspiring VTuber. Even if you have one genuine viewer, it is valuable. You appreciate them. One genuine viewer means that someone out there who does not know who you are is willing to invest in you. They are willing to invest in you, their time, their effort. Their effort to go onto twitch.com and click onto your stream. Their effort to download a Twitch app and click onto your stream. That is the investment. What if it's just a bot? It could be a bot, but it could. But if it's real, I'm telling you, if it's real, that's the problem. That's what you have to understand. If it is real, if it's just one viewer who said hi to you and you say, hi, I'm lurking, or something like that. Alright, enough sidetrack. Again, enough sidetrack. Again, Roman, thank you for those 50 gifteds. I am very, very grateful. Now we get back to the meat and potatoes of this. What I wanted to say about the topic of Midas is that, oh yeah, I was talking about Azehara. We'll talk about Midas later. We'll talk about Azehara. So I stopped at this part. Azehara was quote posting this comment. I saw some posts about people that ditched their Oshis. Why do they keep... They love to... No. Don't worry about Midas. Don't worry about... We'll talk about Midas later. Okay? We'll talk about Midas later. It's shocking. It's disappointing to me that so many... Roman. Can you actually... Roman can... Roman, I hope you can afford this. There's no other way for me to say but to say it bluntly, okay? There's no other way for me to say but to say it bluntly. Roman, I hope you can afford this. I don't want you to put yourself into a precarious situation to express your support. I don't want that to happen. You being here lurking is I am already grateful. You being here listening to me yap, I'm already grateful. So, if you are going to support me, I want you to make sure you only do so to the extent that you are comfortable. Please. Please just... Give me a... Roman, just... Again, words cannot express my appreciation for each and every one of you. And again, my biggest priority to tell to every one of your faces is very simple. I am very grateful for all of your support. But again, what I care the most with all of you, like it's all of you, is that if you want to express your support, please. Please, 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 please. Within your own comforts, within your own personal, mental, and physical stabilities. When you're happy, when you're wealthy, when you're comfortable, and you choose to support me, I am very happy. I am very happy and I welcome you open arms. But that is the only condition that I am willing to accept. Okay? Please. Okay, Roman. I hope you appreciate what I say, but I am very grateful. I am very grateful. I am very grateful. Even one lurker. I'm very grateful. Okay? And I'm sorry if I do sound harsh about all of these things, but I feel that it is absolutely important to be forthright and honest about this. Okay? Make it clear. Only within your comforts and only within your personal stability. Goes for every one of you. Okay? Now we're going to get back to this topic. We are getting a little bit sidetracked. We are getting very sidetracked. We are getting a lot of interruptions and disruptions. Hello, Roman. But let's get back to the topic. We need to get back to this topic. Daisho, don't make a joke. Daisho, please, no, Daisho, don't be like that. Don't be like that. I hope it's a joke. It should be a joke. Yeah, it's a joke. Funny joke. Okay, let's get back to this. I saw some blah 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 blah. You saw that already. After meeting them in person at Offkai. Maybe I should hold off attending until my health is decent enough. Getting cancelled for being a lame girl in a wheelchair will shatter me. That's not the point. That's not the point. That is not the point. I think a lot of people are not getting the important point about this entire situation. Like I said, it's not about how you look like. Being a VTuber, how you look like has zero concerns. It should not even be a factor. It should not. It should not be a factor. What people care, what a traditional VTuber fan cares about is the avatar and the personality. Is the avatar and the personality. That's all they care about. The traditional VTuber fan could not even care less what you look like. Heck, look at the case with Nora Cat, one of the OG indie VTubers, Nora Cat. Nora Cat had a big incident back in 2017 where his camera had a bit of a glitch, and it turns out Nora Cat is a guy. But you know what? You know what? No one gave a shit. No one gave a shit. Nora Cat's fan base stayed loyal to Nora Cat because no one gave a shit whether the VTuber was a guy or a woman. Look at Kitsune Mimi Oji-san. Kitsune Mimi Oji-san. Arguably VTubing's first Babi Niku. He was the first VTuber Babi Niku who made it big. Just whatever you want to talk about, just talk about Machan. Don't worry about it. But let's talk about it again. Kitsune Mimi VTuber Oji-san. He is the first Babi Niku VTuber, and no one gave a shit that he sounded like an old man. No one gave a crap about him because he sounds like just like any Japanese guy, but he has the kitsune, the fox girl avatar. No one gave a shit because you know why? The audience stuck around for the personality. Just like with Nora Cat, the audience stuck around for the personality, stuck around for the fun. It should not matter to you who is behind the VTuber, and the Westerners who are trying to bait you into showing your face by saying that every VTuber is just some 40-year-old fat guy with a face tracker. So what? So what? Honestly, at that point, so what? No, seriously. Why do you have to take the bait from a bunch of outsiders? Why do you have to take a bait from a bunch of outsiders? Why do you let them, complete strangers who don't know you, complete strangers whose opinions should not matter to you, why do you let them? Oh, Cinevier, I didn't know you subbed to me. Well, Cinevier is usually busy, but Cinevier is now a member. I didn't expect that. It shouldn't matter. Why do you... And this is my question. This is my question, okay? This is my question I have to the other VTubers. The other VTubers who are listening right now. Or are watching a VOD one day in the future. My question to you is simple. Why do you let a bunch of strangers tell you what to think and tell you what to do? You are the master of your own actions. You are the master of your own thoughts. Some chimple on his stream being upset at Marine, at the end of the day, he does not matter. He's just some stranger who does not know about VTubing, talking trash about VTubers because Marine got more super chats than he did. Why do you... It came from a place of jealousy. It came from a place of ignorance. Why do you care so much about what he says? So much so that some of you, it was the trigger point for the VTuber versus IRL fad. Some VTubers fell for it and started showing their faces because they took the bait. They took the bait. They saw a bunch of Westerners who did not know about VTubing, didn't know a lick about VTubing, saying things that they think that is to the extent of their ignorance, and you in your infinite wisdom bought the bait. Bit the bait. You showed your face. You broke the taboo, you showed your face. And now it became an entire silly scene. Now. Let's get back to this. So, Zephyriana. I don't know if you are here, but no one gives a crap about what you actually look like in real life or what situation you're in. Your fans follow you because you are a VTuber. Your avatar and your personality. They're not gonna judge you because of what you actually look like. But they might judge you when you break the taboo. They're not judging you because you are a handicapped girl. They are judging you because you broke the taboo and you showed your face despite claiming yourself to be a VTuber. That is the concern. They're not judging your appearance. They're not judging your immutable characteristics. They're not judging you as what you are or who you are. They are judging your actions. And fair enough, you have control of your own actions. Fair to all of us, we all have we have control of our own actions at the end of the day. We decide what we want to do and what we do not want to do. Hachiko, we can talk about screen at a different day, but long story short is more bullshit age verification nonsense, but we'll talk about that later in further detail. VTuber fans judge you when you disrespect the medium. That's all. That's literally all. Nora Cat accidentally showed himself, but everyone knew it was an accident, so it's fine. No one cared. As long as you do not insult the medium, no one cares. Yeah, Hachiko is always like that. Okay, now let's move on. So Azehara said this. It makes sense that traditional VTuber fans would dislike when the V part gets discarded. Who wouldn't? At this point, you're just a regular streamer. Who wouldn't? You are a VTuber fan. Okay, think about it this way. Lurkers, let's say you're a gamer. Let's say you're a video gamer, okay? Let's say you're a gamer. What if one day, just one day, let's say you are a video gamer and you just love going to like let's just say in a hypothetical scenario that E3 still existed. The Electronic Entertainment Expo. Let's just say it still existed. In a hypothetical world. You go there, you're always hype about E3 every year, and one year, E3 decides to say, screw all the video games, we are just going board games now. They still call themselves E3. You gotta understand that they still call themselves E3. But now it's all board games. The only virtual or video part of the board games is that the board is an LCD screen, but you still have to play the game physically. How does that make you feel? You are a video gamer. Your interest is video games. And you go to a convention that is supposedly for video games, and what do they have? Board games. What is running through your head right now? If you were to see that, tell me. I would be pissed. I would be irate. I would be angry. I would be so angry. Oh yeah, let's say movies. Yeah, exactly right. Example. There's a perfect example. There is a perfect example. I'm gonna show you the perfect example, okay? I got a perfect example for all of you lurkers. Okay? Let's see. Xbox One TV. Well, I've got a perfect example for you. Xbox One.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Xbox One.
TV experience. TV and movies. TV. Xbox. Watch TV. TV. Watch TV. TV and TV remote. TV experience. TV. Sports TV. Anybody? TV and TV. Xbox, go home.
TV. Sport, television, TV,
Television, TV. Xbox is about to become the next water cooler. Sports,
Television. I'm thrilled to announce a live-action Halo television series.
television, TV, sports.
Television.
TV. For Call of Duty.
Call of Duty, an entirely new Call of Duty for the next generation. Call of Duty.
One of the fascinating new additions to your squad is a dog. This is someone you care about. Call of Duty. All of the new story element. Call of Duty.
Our new dog model is taken from high-resolution scans of an actual SEAL Team service dog.
Call of Duty.
Xbox, go home.
Imagine the feeling when during Xbox One's unveiling, the new Xbox, riding the high of Xbox 360, Xbox One. You expect the games. That's all you care about. That's why you went to E3. That's why you went to the Xbox event. That's why you watched the live stream. And the moment you run it through, you watched it, you attended it, and all they say after over and over again is TV, television. Will you not be pissed? Will you not be angry? Seriously, will you not be irate and angered? You'll be angry, won't you? You'll be pissed off, wouldn't you be? So what's the difference? With a VTuber, that does not V. What is the difference? Literally, what is the difference? You call yourself a VTuber, but half the time you stream with your full face and your virtual avatar is gone somewhere, or most of the time you take photos of yourself and you post it on social media under your VTuber account and handle. What is the point? How shocked are you that people are mad? How can you be that shocked? That's my point. Okay, So this was another response. Oh, shoot. I'm getting ahead of myself. This was the other response. What do you mean there's an issue that people who saw what they're... Can you shut up about the... You do not respect Vtubing. If you do not respect Vtubing, take the word Oshi out of your mouth. With all due respect. Oh. Damn it. take the word Vtubing out of your mouth. With all due respect, if you do not respect Vtubing, you do not respect the old ways, you do not respect the traditions. That means you're not a real fan. Don't you know that the privilege of knowing the person behind amazing talented entertainer in your screens, you're like meeting an actor? Then meet an actor. Meet a fucking actor. Meet an actor. A VTuber is not a movie actor. That's a false equivalence. Why does it matter? VTuber fans are not movie fans. Don't mix us together, please. And yes, that's a good question. That's a good point as well. That's a good point as well. Only method actors do that. Only method actors do that. Look. I want to tell you one thing. Look. Mickey Mouse. Goofy. Do you think anyone actually really cares about the face behind Mickey Mouse? Let's be very, very honest here. Do you really think anyone cares about the name, the personal life, the face of the voice behind Mickey Mouse? Or they just think, oh, that's Mickey Mouse's voice. Do you really think so? Do you think that everyone cares about the voice of Arthur Morgan or John Marston? What their personal life is, what their face is, other than of course giving them the due credit and payment of being a voice actor? Do you really think so? People don't care. They don't care about what you look like. The fans don't care about what you look like. All they care is that you do your role perfectly. Or you demonstrate your personality perfectly. Okay, now let's get to Midas. And Midas has a more nuanced take than most people would. Most people believe, okay? At the end of the day, after I read everything from Midas, at the end of the day, we'll get to that. So Midas also had her take on this. I will just expand it a little bit so I can read. Oh shoot. I'll just read here. Let me put it this way. If you go to a subway and everyone you know is talking about going to the subway, getting upset that they showed up and make sandwiches is incredibly silly. This first point did not really pay Midas in the most, I would say, reasonable light, but she had quite a bit of a contemplation on her own views on this topic. If a VTuber you like has spoken about wanting to go to Offkai and says they will be in person, you can avoid them. Typically, most VTubers afford that grace. There's ways to enjoy both the offline events and keep the immersion unbroken. But holy crap, if your Oshi says they're gonna be there, you acting shocked when you see them, there is on you, my guy, not them. What about me bumping into them when they're incognito? I recognize their voice. My brother in Christ, maybe you did. You did, maybe you didn't. But even distinct people have vocal clothes out there. If you aren't capable of suspending your disbelief, how did you enjoy the fantasy of the VTuber to start with? TLDR, if you go to a VTuber con that most VTubers sneak off to openly, you will likely accidentally bump into a few. You consented to the risk when you bought the ticket. She is right. Firstly, she is right. Her core point is right. And it's part of the reasons why I do not, even if I was close enough to any VTuber conventions, I probably would never go to a VTuber convention. Unless I know for certain that someone I like is there only virtually. Virtually for any convention. Maybe then I would make the exception, but here's the thing that Midas, I don't know if Midas is... Well, wait, Midas admitted she was not aware. Okay, Midas, she admitted she was not aware. So I will take her word for it. But there was one thing that actually became a bit of a problem during the Offkai situation. And I have seen some posts, I can't remember, but I have seen some posts that talk about this. It's not really the case of... Okay, if it was the first situation where I deliberate... Okay, let me just get you a meme. Let me just get you the meme, okay? Let me just get you... Oh, shoot. How... Let me just get you the meme. Let me just get you the meme quickly. Cool followed. The web adventurer, thank you for the sub. Okay, this is the meme. Okay? I get this. Wait, shoot, wrong one. I get this. I get this whole situation. If a so-called VTuber fan goes to Offkai with the full knowledge, the full informed knowledge that their favorite VTuber, that their favorite quote supposed VTuber will be making an appearance there in the flesh, they go there just to get upset that they see. They go there just to get upset that when they see their favorite VTuber's actual face, whatever face they may be. It's on them. They're the idiots. That's true, that they are the idiots. They are the fools. They put themselves into a position in full voluntary free will. Okay? Like I said. Oh. Then there's a whole different story. Location, that's a whole different story. But we're talking about this situation first. I'm just basically prefacing off. I'm prefacing my talk about this, okay? I'm prefacing my talk about this. If it was that type of situation like a Chan, then it becomes a gray bit. It becomes a gray issue. Correct. It becomes a gray issue in that part. But I'm just bringing this up first. This is the cut and dry. This is the black and white. If you're an idiot, you heard your favorite VTuber was gonna be there in the flesh. You still bought the ticket. You still booked the airfare, you still booked the accommodation, and you still turn up, and you get upset that you saw her face or his face. It's on you. You're the idiot. You put yourself in that position. Now, we go to the other topic. Like what you said, Lerka-chan. Like what you said, Lerka-chan. Like what you said. What if it's not that clear cut? What if it's not that clear cut at all? What if the situation is completely different from what the the standard scenario is. It is not the case. It is not the case that a VTuber fan knows that a VTuber is turning up to that event in person, and despite that he booked the tickets, he went all of that and then get upset. But what if it's the case? What if it's the case? Firstly, like scenario 1, which is Lurker-chan scenario, is not that extreme. It's not that extreme. Okay? It's not that extreme. What if it's the case that at the very last minute he or she is just going to go to the VTuber convention, okay? Go to the VTuber convention, go to Offkai, and just buy some merch, go a bunch of booths, buy some stickers, buy some books, buy some posters, buy some dakis or whatever they want to buy, okay? And as they are moving around holding their favorite VTubers... Oh wait, sorry. Let's talk about Lurker-chan. That's the second scenario. Let's talk about Lurker-chan scenario. Then suddenly, while they've just arrived at the accommodation, for instance, or even better, they are lining up in the convention itself, and then suddenly their favorite VTuber makes an announcement. Hey, actually, I'm here offline. I'm here offline, and by chance, their photos are posted everywhere. Their IRL photos are posted everywhere. You went to a panel. Let's say you went to a panel, and just so happens some of the one that you want is there. How are you gonna explain that? Who is at fault here? Who is actually at fault here? The one who did not expect until the very last minute that their favorite VTuber was there? Or the VTuber who at the very last minute announced that they will be there offline? It starts to get messy, doesn't it? I'm not saying this is the gray area. This is the debate. This is going to be the messy discourse. Who is right and who is wrong? But here, now we're going to talk about the other situation. The other situation is going to be a little more clear-cut. But it's also there. It is also there. There is some denial, but with a con as big as Offkai, it happens. Let's say you didn't announce going to Offkai. You didn't make the announcement that you're going to Offkai as the VTuber, okay? As a supposed VTuber. You didn't make the announcement that you're going to Offkai, or maybe you just did. You just say going to Offkai and that's it. You just title your bio as going to Offkai. Some of your followers will be there. Some of your fans might be there. Okay? Some of your fans might be there. They are doing their own thing. They're just buying their merch. They're just buying whatever they want. Get your stuff and get their stuff. Every other VTubers, they watch this stuff. And what do you do when you see one of them with your merch? You go up to them, you tap them on the shoulder and say, "Hey, that's me!" Now, if he was a so-called modern VTuber fan, they probably appreciate it. But if they're an old school VTuber fan, like me, how would you feel? That's the question I want to ask. How would you feel? Hello Jody, welcome. Yeah, Morchon. Basically, okay, let's just say you have it. Let's say you have a favorite VTuber, and the VTuber says that VTuber is going to go on Offkai. That's all they say, go on Offkai. I'm just going on Offkai. They say going to what specific panel, and if they say they're going to what specific panel, you deliberately ignore it because you don't want to see their face. Okay? You do not want to see their face, their IRL face. Fair enough. Okay? But you still wanted to go Offkai. You still wanted to buy the merch. You still wanted to have fun. Okay? Let's just say. So you go to Offkai. You buy your duckies. You buy your merch. You buy your keychains. You buy your posters. You buy your mouse pads. Whatever. You're just having a good time. You're just having a good time. And you have your favorite VTuber. So you buy more of your favorite VTuber's merch. Then suddenly you feel someone tapping on your shoulder. You feel someone tapping on your shoulder. Okay? Then they say, hello! Did you know that VTuber you are a big fan of? You see you have my mousepad. You see you have my keychain. Do you know that is me? What would you think? What would you think? No, seriously, what would you think? You are an old school VTuber fan. What would you think? And this was what was in the VT board. This is the VT board. So, again, there are definitely people who would go around and say, I'm your Oshi. There are. In that situation, what do you say about that? Again, say what you want about the Chongs, but they posited a very important thing to think about. It posited an important thing to think about. Some VTubers see fans with their merch on them, then try to give them stickers and say, hi, it's me, only for the fans to say, oh, I don't want my immersion broken, and walking away. Is it rude of the fans? Probably. But you got to ask yourself this question. The new form of VTubing is still small. There are a handful of big name VTubers, but honestly their reputation is more on Imperial Palace drama concubines than actual wholesome chungus VTubers. But Master, let's assume for argument's sake that it's true. Let's assume for argument's sake that it's actually true. Now, if I were in their position, let's say I have a favorite VTuber, okay? Let's say I have a favorite VTuber, and they just came up to me and just say, hello, I'm your favorite VTuber. I'm the VTuber that you have merch on, okay? Now, would still be polite because I do want to be polite. I do want to be polite. But I'll probably shake their hand, sure. But here's the thing. I would be a little put off. I would be a little put off. I'll be a little bit disappointed. Because, let's just say, I've gone through all this time following. I am an old school VTuber fan, and now I'm also an old school VTuber. So, I have with me I've internalized the traditions and the customs of VTubers from the first days. And to see a VTuber that I like so blatantly break a taboo, break a custom, I would be conflicted. Would I care? Would I be somewhat okay to meet them? Yeah, I would, but at the end of the day, it wouldn't leave a lingering feeling in my mind about this. But of course, some VTuber fans are ruder. No two ways about this. Some people can be more rude. But it's a question, isn't it? It's a question, isn't it? I am not a person petty enough to abandon someone all because they showed their face to me. But I would reassess whether I would call them a VTuber and whether I would just call them a streamer that I like. That is my approach to this. Maybe I am extremely rigid. Maybe I'm just being arbitrary. I don't know. I don't care, but that's how I feel. Okay? I don't care, and that's how I feel. I don't care. Some of them, yeah, I know there exist those type of people. I know for sure there exists those type of people. All the more reasons why VTubers should not show their faces. It's just good. It's just a can of worms. If you drop, I won't drop my favorite streamer. It'll take more than that for me to drop my favorite streamer. But I won't call them a VTuber anymore. I will call them my favorite streamer. I would call them someone I like to watch. I wouldn't call them my Oshi. I wouldn't use the word Oshi anymore, for sure. If this is the first time I saw their face and they willingly showed their face, I just say it's my favorite streamer. Maybe I'm being too rigid. And if I'm being too rigid, someone can tell me about it. We can have a discussion about it. But that's just how I am seeing these things right now. So yeah, all these people, they keep using the model. After fire, how they look like behind the model, you are a fake fan and never deserved them to begin with. The entire point of VTubing is about streaming with a virtual avatar. IRL looks should be the last determining factor of who you love and support. No, Joey, you're missing the point. You're missing the point. A lot of people are missing the point. People are not getting upset over what they look like behind the VTuber avatar. People are getting upset This mic is giving me so much problems. This mic is giving me so much problems. I hate this so much. I'm going to replace this stupid Razer product. Keeps giving me problems. Every single day give me problems. Give me problems. Give me problems. But anyway, on the topic of on this post on Joey, people are not, the VTuber fans are not upset by what a VTuber looks like behind the avatar. The VTuber fans are upset that the VTuber they follow are so ready and willing to break their customs. Break their customs. Break their customs. That is the problem a lot of VTuber fans have. The proper VTuber fans. Don't make that mistake. Don't gaslight us. The disrespect is what they don't like. They couldn't care less about what you look like in real life. They care about the disrespect. And there are a lot of Western VTubers who are disrespecting the medium that they're trying to profit off of. You green? Oh. You green, Mike. You green. You green. Mike. Is it good? Whoa. I might have a look at that. If you vouch for it, I'll have a look at it. Okay. Back to the point, okay? Back to the point. Wait, what? Jules. 676767. 6767. Amazing. You just made my day, Yuria. A nice 6-7. A nice 6-7 to unwind and reduce the stress of this horrible, horrible mic. I love it. Now let's see. Yeah, this whole thing makes me pretty angry. I love some VTuber, I do not know who, because of who she is as a person. Yeah, I'm throwing that away because my immersion is so stupid that's almost insulting to Yaya being a fan. I mean, okay, I'm gonna be fair. Will I be put... I will be put off in that situation as a VTuber fan, but I can only say for myself, I'm not petty enough to completely abandon a streamer that I like all because they showed their face to me. Maybe that's just me. I still do not like it that they did, because I followed them because they were VTuber, but if they are still, but like I say, I'm there for the personality. I can still be mad. I can still be a little bit upset that they broke the taboo. They broke the custom. But at the end of the day, their personality is what matters. And if they're still good, they still produce the content that I want, that I enjoy, and they are still good people, yeah, I can forgive that. But again, it's the mistake that I have to forgive. It's a mistake I have to forgive. It's not something that does not exist. So that's my take on this part. My take is a little bit academic. It's a little bit theoretical. It's academic, basically. I'm just not happy, okay? I'm just not happy. I just won't be happy if a VTuber breaks their custom. If a VTuber that I like breaks their customs and officially become a streamer with a virtual avatar, I will still support them by watching them, by chatting with them, by just being there once in a while, but they are just not what things have changed. Things have changed. That's the point. Things have changed. So, now that we're done with this part, let's have a look at the chat. What do you all think about this? Similar attitude, yup. Tacky is a good word for it. Particularly the ones who show basically your entire selves but only use the COVID cotton mask. It's tacky pretending that retains the illusion. I mean, those who have, okay, this is a big one. Those who have showed themselves fully uncovered and then in subsequent posts put on the cotton mask, that's tacky. But those who do show that borderline, that's in they're skirting the rules, they're skirting it just a little bit too much, but they're still skirting it, where they don't show their full face, it's still fully covered with a mask. From day 1 to day 100, wherever it is, they always have the mask covering their face whenever they make a post on social media.
You will have nothing and
We are, it's a little bit like skirting the line again. Thank you, Corn, for the 67, the 67 Filipino pesos. That's the. We can have a discussion about that. We can have a discussion about that. As you probably know, I am old-fashioned, but I'm not hardline. I don't think I am as hardline as certain others who watch VTubers. To the extent that even by virtue of them in a physical form, in any shape or form, is too much for me. I'm not that type. I'm not that type. I'm fine with it if they're... Well, the classic response, I rarely watch Pippa. Sometimes it's fine, like for example what Pippa did the other day. I appreciate opinion. I wouldn't drop someone from seeing what they look like, but I also rather they don't show it to begin with. Yup. Well, I see a lot of him, but that doesn't really help on identify him. Managed to almost have perfect kayfabe in this regard. Yeah. For example, Pippa's recent night costume, which covers almost everything. Okay, there's at least decent amount of skirting the line. Yeah. I would like to think I'm not hardline on this. But I have a test, okay? I have a test. It is a test that is a little bit, I would call the anon test. And it's a simple test with a very simple question to be asked. A very, very simple question that is worth asking. The anon test. If you... Oh my god, I want my favorite font. I want my favorite font. Stupid. My god! Stupid mic. Alright, I want my favorite font. Good. Alright. This is the anon test. And it's a simple question. If you were sitting at a bus stop next to your Oshi, would you be able to recognize them? That is the core. This is the anon test, in my opinion. It's a very simple test. It's a very simple test. Now, if it's yes, I would say, honestly, it's the customs are being broken already. At that point. Yeah, of course I wouldn't say if she talks, obviously. If she talks, that's a whole different story. So let's say, just looking. If we see our Oshi, we hear him talk, and he sounds exactly like that. No duh. Give them a little bit of fairness. I'll give most VTubers a little bit of fairness. No hardcore fan, no hardcore gachikoi of a VTuber is going to not recognize their Oshi's voice. Yes, I don't mind. I don't mind so much. I don't mind too much. If you manifest in the physical 3D world, but you have to go out of your way to meet this requirement. I think so. You have to go off your way to meet this requirement. I think this is a good test. This is a good practical test. Let's not talk about voice here. If you were sitting at a bus stop next to your Oshi, would you be able to recognize them? That is a good test. Let me see. Are you talking or thinking at the moment? I was just adding more features to my slides. That's a good point, actually. If you can't recognize your Oshi by the breathing pattern, you're not a fan. Oh my goodness. What is this? What is this, Seth? I prefer the vegan test. Yup, that is my approach. If you really can't recognize them, then it's fine. It's mostly fine. Kigurumimasu. Kigurumimasu. Okay. Oh my goodness, all of this. All of this. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. This is so funny. This is so funny. You know what? You know what? Yeah, that's a good idea. This is funny. This is so funny. Oh dear. Oh, I think you all understand my point. I think you all understand my point, don't you? This is how you pass the Anon test. Okay. So now, we're gonna go to the last part. Now we're gonna go to the last part. The old ways. And if there's one person who I did not expect, well, I would say I didn't expect, but I'm not shocked, but yeah, I did expect, but I'm not too shocked. Because Midas has always been, she had a good head on her shoulders. And she has her own opinions. But at the end of the day, I am glad she understands the old ways. She appreciates the old ways. I don't know how she started to gain I wouldn't dare to speculate on what experiences she had to begin appreciating the old ways, but I'm glad she did. And basically it was because of Offkai 26, obviously. It was because of Offkai. There's no two ways about it. It was concerning Offkai. So what did Midas say? So she started with a question. It was an open question. Okay? Should VTubers who do it professionally never be seen offline or online ever with their flesh, even if they have another job like act as an idol? This includes harem karems. Never be seen online with their flesh, but offline if they're spotted, it's fine. Mixed reality is fine, but only if low-key. As long as the main output is VTuber based, you don't care. Suffice to say, she put this to a poll. And imagine, I would say the poll ended in a way that reminds me that the Westerners, the Californians' perspective of VTubing, they are still the minority. They want to change something that you cannot just simply change. You need an entire monolithic consensus which you will never get. You will never ever get. And it shows. Because Midas responded afterwards doing that Q&A, that question, that poll question. So she read. Let's see. We'll read it together. Now for how I feel about it. After this Offkai, I've decided I've gone from position 3, which is mixed reality and fine, but only if low-key, to position 1, completely virtual. Completely virtual. And my content will reflect this across the board. This Offkai will be the last con I ever attend that anyone will get to know about. Learned a lot about the current state of VTubers, VTuber fans, and new clarity on how watered down and flippant everything has become. Watered down, yes. And I think that is one of the biggest things that I agree with Midas. That is the part I agree the most with Midas. Watered down and flippant. Again, I have said before, or by principle, I do not appreciate. If I go to a VTuber convention and one of my favorite VTubers just tap you on the shoulder and say, "Oh hi, that's me." I do not really appreciate that, but I'm not going to go out of my way and say I don't like you anymore. That's too much. So yes, the flippancy goes both ways. The flippancy goes both ways. Flippant from the fan side is that you see their face once and I don't care about you, I hate you now. That is the flippancy of the fan side. Then there's the flippancy of the other side where they say, "Oh, you have a problem with this, you're criticizing this, oh, you're toxic. You are toxic, you're just a gatekeeper. You are not a real fan. You're not a real VTuber fan." That's the flippancy on the other side. And I'm gonna bring up Callie and Kason after this. After this, I'm gonna bring up Callie and Kason. That will be the last part for this stream. We'll talk about Callie and we'll talk about Kason. So Midas is right about here. Watered down and flippant. It's where VTubing has become very watered down, especially on the Western side. Everyone wants to call themselves a VTuber. Everyone. And they don't, and the problem is that they do not commit to the customs of a VTuber. They do not care about the anonymity. They do not care about the immersion. They do not care about the kayfabe. And if you dare question it as a VTuber fan, you are toxic, you are not a real fan, and all of that trash. Let's continue. I have some Offkai posting I'll do to round off the season that I've planned, but it really will be it for me. In regards to anything physically IRL, if it's not artificial reality based. Any potential hand cams too are on pause until I can figure out a better method to input a 3D model over a body, because none of us were ever supposed to have one. Still wild to me though that some people didn't expect to find VTubers at a VTuber convention, one famously for being where VTubers network. Now, Midas got a lot of flack for this post. Because, on one hand, some people were upset at her because she is caving into the old school VTuber fans. And on the other hand, the old school VTuber fans are also don't really like her post because she sounded sarcastic. She sounded sarcastic and a little bitter. I don't know if she is. But I think her approach to this is the approach I would take. And it's the approach I have taken. Hello Aaron Stagg, thank you for being here. Thank you for giving your time out to say hello and just hang out. Even if just a little bit, thank you for being here, Aaron. I don't know, that's the thing, but some people have accused her of being sarcastic and bitter, especially the part about the hand cam thing. But the thing is, the rest of it, I read the whole thing holistically, it seems like she is serious. Maybe the hand cam statement came off as sarcastic and bitter, but it didn't seem like it. Well, It seems like not a bitter sarcasm, but more like a neutral sarcasm. I don't think Midas would ever talk about the Offkai situation. That's the thing, I don't think so. And I think the people who are still attacking Midas over this post, they just want a reason to hate her. Honestly, they just want a reason to hate her. I think that really is the long and short story about it. Midas expressed something that was very important, and I support her for it. I support her for it. Like, again, I am old-fashioned. So if I see a VTuber expressing that they are going to go back to the old ways, of course I'll support it. That's how gatekeeping works. You enter the hobby, welcome! You just want to be part of the community. You just want to be part of the scene. You just want to enjoy for the moment and you respect the customs. Welcome! Welcome! I'll give you a chair. I'll give you a comfy chair. I'll give you a nice cup of tea. Welcome! But if you are the type who enters the scene, enters the hobby with the intention of changing because there's something about it you don't like, piss off. That's my approach to it. And Midas? I support her. I support her going to this route. I do. Senior citizen mean I'm not that old, please. Wispy, I'm not that old. Yeah, that's the point. That's the point. And this, I will just end up with this one. So, some streamers, some VTubers like Midas is the biggest example. They understand the core of why they go back to the she understands the core of why she'll go back to the old days. Then there are some like this one. I don't know about this one, but he or she are taking the middle approach. There are a few more like this ones. I'm sorry to disappoint one or two people who would even want to see a VTuber versus IRL, but I won't be doing one. For some, they prefer a suspension of disbelief and immersion of not seeing the IRL meat suit. I will save the experience once again for a future card. There are a few posts like this. I'm just giving you an example. There are a few posts like this where certain VTubers have said that they do not want to experience the immersion break moment with their own fan base. And because of that is reason for them to withhold the VTuber versus IRL type of activity. And you know what? I got a question for them. I got a very serious question for them. They're afraid. They're afraid. They want to do the VTuber versus IRL thing, but they are afraid. And I have a question for them. I have a very serious question for them. But you know what? I will go to that question. I will address this point in a couple of minutes. I'm going to catch my breath. And I'll be back with you in 1 minute. 1 or 2 minutes. I need to catch my breath. I need to grab some water and I'll be back with you in a couple of minutes, okay? Because we're going to get to a core point of this entire incident. Because I've seen a lot of... Okay, I'll let you rest first. Yeah, later, Leprechaun later. We'll cover that later, but I have to strike while the iron is hot, per se. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I need to grab some rest. I'll catch my breath as well. Okay, we are back. Evergreen, you missed Evergreen. Stop misbehaving. We're gonna finish this off. We're gonna finish this topic off. And then after that, we will do what Literature recommended, showing you Pink Woman, how she made an appearance on the Trash Taste. And then after that, we're gonna end with a bit of a V-tweet. But anyway, let's get back to this. There are a few VTubers that I have noticed. They are talking about, there's a lot of them, and I did show some screencasts because I didn't really have too much time to set all these PowerPoint slides up. But what I did notice very vividly, that there are a lot of VTubers saying that they're afraid to show their face now. They're afraid to announce that they will be in a VTuber convention in the flesh in the future. They want to show their face, but they're afraid because they're afraid of a fan backlash. And I have one question for them. I have a very important question for them. Oh yeah, these are just additional. Okay, let me before I got ahead of myself. Sorry, I got ahead of myself. I got ahead of myself. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Okay, this one. So this was another post. These are basically just a bunch of Western VTubers. Western VTubers. These are all VTubers. But you know Juju. She's a VTuber. Old school, kind of old school. Then you have Kanito, also a VTuber. Then you have Pippi, a VTuber. Noni Sakuhana 222 is an old school VTuber fan. Then there's Mel Doppel, another VTuber. And you see, there's a growing number of it proves that the Western reinterpretation of VTubing is not going to succeed. It's not going to. There are so many, like I said, you enter the hobby I accept you with open arms. You want to change the hobby? Piss off. And this is what's happening. This is what is happening. This is what is happening. There are, again, I might sound like I'm hating on Westerners, and I hope that is not the impression that I'm forming, but I can't help it if that's the impression I'm forming. I can't help it if that's the impression I'm forming. But it's essentially this. Essentially this. People have no idea. There are some antis who think, oh, every single VTuber fan and VTubers are all gatekeepers. They don't understand. People like us, we open the doors for so many genuine people. We open the doors for every single genuine person. There's a new VTuber who respects the medium, who respects the passion, who respects the very art of the medium. The door's wide open for them. Go on in. I'll give you a welcome seat. I'll hug you. Wide open arms. They only get upset when they get kicked out because it turns out they want to change the medium from the inside. They see the gate shut. And this is the proof. This is the proof that, again, for every single Ian VTuber that wants to change what it means to be a VTuber, for every single one, there is 10, 20, 30 VTubers in the Western countries who understand the roots, who understand the traditions, who understand the customs, who understands the appeal for what it is. And we are seeing traces of it everywhere on X. The people who talk about, oh, show your IRL face everywhere, it's fine, VTubing has changed, they get racialed. Either they get racialed or they're getting very damn close to racial. Then you see the quote posts. Then you see the response posts about how, no, VTubing is a medium with its own traditions and its own customs. To break the taboo, to break its customs, is to go against what it means to be a VTuber. You see those? A lot of likes, a lot of reshares, barely any criticism. It shows how much the old ways is still relevant. The old ways is still the way. Only some parts of the Western VTubing sphere will call it the old ways. And I'm glad. And I'm very glad. Now, back to that point that I wanted to make that I got ahead of myself in making. There are some VTubers, I'll still call them VTubers because they changed their mind about it. I'll still call them VTubers because they changed their mind about it. There are some VTubers who say that they wanted to partake in a VTuber versus IRL bandwagon, or they want to turn up, make a big announcement on Offkai, and you'll be showing their face on Offkai to their fans. They change their mind about all of those. And they say they're afraid of the fan backlash. And they say they're afraid that they're no longer a VTuber. And they're afraid that people stop calling them a VTuber and start referring to them as a VTuber. And I'm sorry, but I'm gonna say this bluntly. Why do you force yourself? No, seriously, why the hell do you force yourself? If you're so uncomfortable with being a VTuber and all of the obligations that come from that identity, why do you want to be a VTuber? No, seriously, why? Why? You can just be a streamer. You can be like K-Son. You can be like K-Son. She doesn't call herself a VTuber anymore. She's just a streamer with a virtual avatar. She split herself into two personas. There is Keisan and there's Keisan Socho. She doesn't care. She doesn't call herself a VTuber. She refers to herself as VTuber in the past tense. Look. Right here. She doesn't call herself a VTuber anymore. She was a VTuber when she did Corpo. And at that point in time, she followed the rules. Of course, that's the open secret. Everyone knew. Everyone knew who was Keisan. Everyone knew what Keisan sounded like. Of course. But did she go around saying, "Hi, I am corporate VTuber A and this is how I look like"? Did she do that? Did she do that? No, she didn't. She didn't. Okay, let's say Mari Calliope. Another open secret. Another open secret. Does Kelly go around with her real face and say, "Hi, I'm Kelly. Nice to meet you"? Does she do that? No, she doesn't. No, she does not. Yeah, young one, yet young. Okay? Yeah, young one, yet young. Okay, it's back to this. It's back to this. If it's so much pressure, if it is such a deal breaker to you, if it's so much if it's so much pressure on you, so much unpleasantness on you that you are prevented from showing your face on the internet, I question why. Why would you want to show your face on the internet all the time? But if it's such a pressure for you, why the hell do you want to be a VTuber? Just be a streamer, for God's sake. Just be a streamer. Just stream. Don't care about the labels. You don't have to use the term VTuber. You do not have to use the term Oshi. You do not have to use the term Gachikoi. You do not have to use the term graduation. You can just be a streamer like Keisan right now. You can just do it right now. Keisan does that right now. And this is one thing I do respect from Keisan. I do respect this from Keisan. I think she innately knows. She innately knows the moment she was never a VTuber. She was never a pure VTuber too. As herself. As Keisan, she was not a pure VTuber. She acknowledges that. And when she did corporate, she made it very clear she did corporate. And when she was at corporate, she was a VTuber. Because she knew there were etiquettes. And she abided by those etiquettes within the constraints of that corporate role she has. And when she's gone from that corporate role, she's back to whatever she wants to be. And I respect that about her. This is why I support Keisan. I do not call her a VTuber. But honestly, it does not matter. It really does not matter. Trumpet, thank you for the gifted sub. Dizzy, make sure to thank Trumpet. And again, it's a perfect segue. Lekichan is a perfect segue to. Is a perfect segue to the Kelly appearance. Yes, it's a perfect segue. Let's see. Since we're talking about this, I'm not going to play everything because I don't know when YouTube is going to crap the bed.
Like it.
Okay, see you, Machan. See you, Machan. Have a good day. Okay, and Daisy, thank you for the 2. I like my tubers just like myself, socially tight. Okay, I'll show you an example. Wait, wrong. This is how Pink Woman manifests herself in an interview. Okay? Say what you want about trash taste. I know we have lots of opinions about trash taste, but
enough, I feel now that I'm like controlling my own schedule, I'm busier than I was before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're filling in all the blanks. That's how it works. You're like, oh, I have 1 second free at this moment. Perhaps I could schedule in a meeting.
Yeah, I remember last time talking to you, you were just like, yeah, I'm working 3 jobs.
okay. Good enough. You see, it's not that hard. It's not that hard. I don't think it's that hard. I really do not think it's that hard. Why do you force yourself to be something you do not want to be? If you want to call yourself a VTuber but you don't want to adhere to the customs and the traditions of a VTuber, why the hell do you want to be a VTuber? For clout? It's obvious. If you do not want to abide by the traditions, it's obvious you do not have the passion for it. You do not care about VTubing. So why do you want to be a VTuber? I want to ask you this question. It's for clout. It's for clout. Of course it is. Of course it's for clout. Look, I know that Pink Woman and Kason are big topics. They're big topics in your own way, but I know. Everyone knows Kason. Everyone knows Pink Woman's roommate. Everyone knows. Most people know. Most people on the internet knows Kason and Pink Woman's roommate. But you know what Kason did not do when she was working at corporate? She did not plaster her face everywhere using her corporate identity. You know what Pink Woman does not do right now? As Kelly, she does not plaster her face everywhere as Kelly. So, it does not matter how well hidden their identities are. Obviously, some identities are more well hidden than others, but what matters most is that you have the principle to not bring it up. That is the core. You have the principles to not bring it up because you respect the medium, you respect the customs, you respect the traditions of VTubing. I don't understand why there is this obsession with co-opting, wanting to take over something long established, something good, something fun, something worth protecting, and selectively destroying it while keeping the rest of it as a skin suit. What? Why are we talking about Pippa suddenly? Why are we talking about Pippa suddenly? We're not talking about Pippa. We're talking about Pink Woman. Some said Pippa bent the knee to Marxists. I have no idea what they meant. I don't know who you're referring to.
You will nothing and you
Abiko
will
used to
write
show herself as a streamer before the reband. Okay. Do I think that it's impossible for you to be a VTuber after you showed your face? No. But
You will have
oh wait,
nothing
what's this?
and you will write it.
Have you talked about Temu, Cinder, and Haze by who VTuber versus IRL pics have been exploding on Twitter? Yup. One more slide. One more slide. And this is the slide. This is the slide. Yeah, sure. The majority still understands the value of VTuber, but there are some, and that's the core problem. They are the core problem. Well, I wouldn't call them a problem, but they are the core. Well, yes, I'm calling them a problem. They are the core problem of why VTubing is getting diluted and flippant, as Midas have said. I know some of you remember. I do not know if I want to name names, but I'm pretty sure you all are aware. A whale, a so-called whale VTuber, is no longer a VTuber. It's a streamer. A certain whale-themed streamer showed their entire face, entire body, entire location, everything. Then is the other streamer that Trumpet mentioned, Q45, Temu, Cinder, aka Spite. And you know what's the funniest thing about this? You know what's the bitter irony about this? These streamers have the gall to complain about this. They have the gall to complain about this. Oh no, if it's not the consequences of my own actions. How could that happen? How could that happen? I can tell you that this certain whale-themed streamer, I look at their virtual avatar and I'm instantly put off. Anya said the base one in Hololive. No one knows her past life. She's locked in. Moral. Yup. If it isn't the consequences of my own actions. Yeah, you know who the... if you know who she is, you know who she is. But this is just a proof of point. Okay? Oh yeah, Anya is a personification. It is a enchanted dagger that has been given sentience. That's a nice backstory. Pretty cool, not gonna lie. That is a pretty cool story, not gonna lie. I like Anya's backstory. An enchanted dagger given form, that's pretty cool. An enchanted sentient dagger given form. You just have to understand, the only good whale or orca themed VTuber, I'm going to show you who is the only good whale or orca themed VTuber.
You will have nothing and you will write.
Oh, what is this? By the way, Sakana Tweet College Jelly Races is still up. Oh my goodness. There is only one good whale themed VTuber. Only one. Only one. And if you say anyone else, you are wrong. In my personal opinion. Only one whale orca themed VTuber is the good one. Miss Chloe. She is the only Goodwill or Archive VTuber. Dizzy Lizzie just Dizzy. Can you just stop it, Dizzy? We can talk about Face Connect a different day. We can talk about Face Connect a different day. We can talk about old grudges a different day. Let's not start a flame war in the chat. Okay? Do you respect me enough to accept that? Okay, Master, okay. Yeah. That is... Remember, lurkers, there's one thing I want to say to a lot of lurkers. There are no enemies in the chat. We can disagree about things intensely and vigorously, possibly, but don't let that make enemies out of all of you, because at the end of the day, we are all of the same heart and the same mind. We just want good things to happen and we just want bad things to stop. That is the end. That is the end of the story. It does not matter how much we argue, but as long as our core goals reach for that, the things that we love, the things that we want, the things that we enjoy get protected, while those who seek to invade it are not allowed to do so. We are all happy. Look, Dizzy, do I have to put you at the little corner? Do I have to put you at the little corner just like I put Rena? Look, I'm sure we can have our opinions on Face Connect, and I for sure have my opinions on Face Connect once in a while. But I judge actions. I judge actions, and I judge remedial actions. Moving forward. And look, to be fair, Dizzy, I got a story for you. I got a big story for you. If you're holding it, you know what? It's just gonna be a light chat, okay? So it's just gonna be a light chat. I have a story for you, Dizzy. If you're holding it against Sakana right now that he still left up his post about Jelly, okay? I'll tell you a story. I used to get in a lot of trouble. I got in a lot of trouble back in 2024 because I do not like a specific type of off-brand content. You know the type. If you know me long enough, you know the type. And at one point I said some things I should not have said. Okay, I said some things that I should not have said. And it made a lot of my own followers upset, very angry and sad. And a lot of people called me out for it. And you know what? They were right. They were completely right. I was way overboard. I was over the line. I made a mistake. It was pretty damn obvious. I was over the line for sure. So what did I do moving forward? What did I do moving forward? I apologized. I pinpointed exactly what I did wrong. I did this, and I'm wrong, and I understand and I apologize. Moving forward, I will do this, and this. What I did not do was delete the original post where I said things I should not have said. Because I don't believe in hiding my own bad behaviors. If I did something wrong in the past and it's a mistake and I want to move on from it, I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there. People want to go and screen cap my posts where I did something that was wrong? Go ahead. I'll explain to you that I moved on from it. And people who follow me now understand it because I put in the work. I put in the work to change myself. I put in the work to change people's impression of me after I burned them. I know for a fact that one word sorry is not enough. That's why I put in the work. After 2024, 2025, and now 2026, I have shown that I have understood that certain things should change. And that's the way it is. And I will afford Sakana a degree of slack. Because Jelly herself, through her demeanor, through her actions, through her words, and through her feelings, if she is willing to accept whatever happened in Face Connect as being part of the past and she's moving forward happily, she's moving forward positively and doing what she keeps doing, who are we? Who are we to say no to what she feels? She was the victim. And if she is willing to move on, who are we to say she shouldn't? Okay? I hope you are, Dizzy, I hope you are at least willing to give a benefit of doubt. Yes, you have your reservations about Face Connect. You have your doubts about Face Connect. It's fine. It's fair. You're allowed to have it, you're allowed to think about it. But just see what happens in the future. Okay? That's my point. That's my point. That's my point, okay? Oh boy. Oh boy. I swear sometimes you lurkers really are like kids. I swear. I say in endearment, not an insult, okay lurkers, but not gonna lie. Sometimes you lurkers are just like kids. Just like kids. It's like going to a kindergarten and I have to manage every single kid that is pulling each other's hair. But you know what? Kids are kids, humans are humans, everything is fine. I need my sippy cup. Teenager. The jelly one. DZ, 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 DZ. What's that supposed to mean? What's that supposed to mean? What is that supposed to mean? What is that supposed to mean? Whoa, what jiggling? What? And then blaming uncivilized? Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Hit the notification bell button. If you don't, everyone in the chat is dizzy at 3 a.m. tonight. All kinds of dizzies. Dizzy Dokuro, this dizzy, that dizzy, every dizzy. $5 a month. That means your mouth is unsettling for some reason. Oh no. I think a little bit of my true self is leaking out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yay, I can be dizzy from Face Connect. Hi, Sengai. Hello. The favorite VTuber will face review and make a fancy. Oh my god. Oh no. No. But you know what? Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Hit the notification bell button. If you don't, your favorite VTuber will face review and make a fancy account at 3 a.m. tonight. $5 a month. That's the point. That's the point. That is the point. Hachiko, I'm glad someone recognized this. Not gonna lie, I can't want to see Uruka pictures on Fansly. Okay. I hope you all calm down. I hope you all calm down. Dizzy, please. Dizzy, please. I don't know why you are trying to antagonize other lurkers. But don't do it, please. We can have our opinions on other people all we want. Don't get into a fight over your opinions on other people. That is stupid. Okay? Spare Spare iPhone? Banoffee latte, shut up. Topic of the stream today. We have gone through it. Holy moly. What is this? What? Holy crap. 4.5 hours of straight yapping. 4.5 hours of straight yapping. Look. You can again. I don't know how many times I have to say this. I don't. Here's one thing that I do like about. Here's something that I'm trying to do for myself. And here's something that I do appreciate that certain places like Geeks and Gamers do for themselves. Is that I would like to be friends or be on talking terms and hang out and chat with people who believe in very different things that I do. All I ask from them is that they treat me how they would like to be treated, with respect, with mutual respect.
You will have nothing and you will like it.
Dizzy? Dizzy? I'm starting to get worried about you, Dizzy. I'm starting to get worried about you, Dizzy. You're never... Lovefest, you're never going to match Zero. Lovefest, you're never going to match Zero. Dizzy, I hope whatever is happening to you in real life, you're able to cope with it. And I hope you will be able to get more calm and more happy. Okay? We're all having hard times. I know everyone is having hard times. I'm aware. We may have scared Seiso-chan away. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you something. Oh my god, poor Seiso-chan. This is how Seiso-chan is like right now. I'll show you. Where is it? Wrong location. Let's see. User date. This is what Seiso-chan is looking like right now. She'll always look like this. Overwhelmed by all the lurkers. Oh my god, Lovefest, you failed. You failed. Admin? Who the hell is admin? Oh no, you failed. You failed. Lovefest, it's too late. You failed. You had a typo, you failed. No, yeah. Okay, let's see. What is this? Are you sure you want to leave YouTube? What the hell? What is this? Oh, this one.
Sounds like a challenge.
Normal behavior, just once.
Who am I? It's so beautiful. Window seat claimed.
We are sitting together.
Shizu is treating us, right?
You brought money, didn't you?
We could share one. 4 giant parfaits, please!
Please behave for 10 minutes.
That sounds like a challenge.
Normal behavior, just once.
Who am I? It's so beautiful. Window seat claimed.
We are sitting together.
Shizu is treating us, right?
You brought money, didn't you?
We could share one. 4 giant parfaits, please!
The AI parts are still kind of very obvious, but the idea is funny. Yep, that's the one. I don't care. When would the anime happen, Ben Lady? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, but probably just make a bunch of memes with recurring characters. What's going on? Everyone is... The chat has basically gone insane. The chat has basically gone insane. The lurkers have gone insane in the chat. Okay, no, don't curse me with that, Evergreen. Do not curse me. I think it's Alex. X1486. I think it's Alex. The lack of sleep, not me. My brain gets weaker at this hour. We all luck posting ever since we got derailed by conflict. Get Rooster Teeth to make an anime. No, do not. That was what Evergreen said, Hachiko. There was what... You know what? I gotta make the post. I gotta make the post soon. I can't get how Leke-chan dresses more modestly than Seiso-chan. Rooster Teeth fell off hard after yeah. Ew, Rooster Teeth, exactly. Let's see what others... Oh yeah, I want this. This is a nice one. This is how it feels to be a... Yup. Rooster Teeth is just not worth it. Don't even bother. Leke-chan is so hotter than Seiso-chan, not gonna lie.
You will have nothing and you
Dizzy, I am a little bit concerned about your randomness. Bammy reads own chat for the first time. Goes insane. But it's funny. He's funny. Thank you for the 2. Oh my goodness. I mean, but yeah, Leke-chan is my favorite band, but literally has side character that steals spotlight energy. Oh yes. Yes. This is so funny. They call that, oh, that's a trope. Night of Cerberus. That's a trope. You would think you're having a bad age to see my husband. Oh no. Oh no. Oh wait, how's... No is a breakout character. What other silly memes? Let me see what other silly memes I have. Let's see what other silly memes I have. Oh yeah, this silly meme. I like this one. This is a nice one. Just a bunch of silly memes just to end the stream. I'm going to V-tweet soon, lurkers. I'm going to V-tweet soon, and I have some choice things to say. Is a horse truly an antenna? Let's see what else. Let's see if I can find something silly. There are a bunch of silly ones. Let's have a look. What else do we have? Let's see. Huh. This is a funny one. Let's see. If you remember, you remember. If you remember this, you remember this. I'm sure some of you probably remember this. I'm sure some of you remember this. I've seen the meme so much I don't remember the original. It's a bug. Okay, I'll close some. And just end the stream with just a little bit of actual VTuber related content, which is sharing some Gachikoi and Oshi art. Where I made it. Let's see, what else do I have? What else do I have? Any love for Miss Bacteria? Everyone is showing keeps me for the chance. Oh yeah, there's another one. When Mo-chan gets annoyed enough. Nope. Handmade. Shadow Commander, handmade. Nexus. So-called side group of Nexon. She can't get a hold of her. We are the Hydra. What else? Let's see. Ah yes, I like this one. Good Banmin. Good Banmin. If Good Banmin had the choice, guess what Good Banmin would do? It's basically a foregone conclusion that Good Banmin would multi-track drifting. Yes. Only one choice, multi-track drifting, yes. Bench road. How could you? Yes. The trains not even on the tracks. Deja vu. To ban 5 lurkers for the greater good or to ban 1 lurker for love. Do the lower because getting rid of more people is better for the planet. Yup, that seems like something good Banmin would do. Okay, you had some good memes. I gotta make more of them actually. I really have to make more of them one of these days. Okay. But you know what, lurkers? I think we have reached to the end of today's stream. Tomorrow's stream will be tomorrow back on Twitch. Okay? I'm gonna make a couple of posts. Let me see. I'm gonna make a couple more posts. Not this again. They always do this. But I'll make a couple of posts. let's see. I'll show you the schedule again just to remind you all. Same time tomorrow, but I'll be back on Twitch. I have one post I want to make, but I'll do that after the stream is over, okay? Anyway, yes, thank you all of you lurkers for dropping in today. See you all tomorrow. Tomorrow is the 7th of August. I will be on Twitch. And with that out of the way, let's see who we can raid. Let's go see who we can raid. Let's see. Chat too distracting for live retweeting today. Yes, indeed, you have all been too distracting for live retweeting today. I'm glad someone I'm glad someone saw this. I am glad. I am glad you noticed this. Let's go see who we can raid today. 给我看 Siniviev. Siniviev. Okay, Siniviev. She's up to me, so I might as well raid her. Sinivier, okay. Yeah, Sinivier is streaming. Let me go YouTube first. Let me set this up. Sinivier. Edits. Redirect. Sinivier. There she is. Save. Okay, now let me just go back to Sinivier and see whether she is still streaming. Yup, she is still streaming. That's good. That is good. Correct. Okay. Okay, lurkers, thank you for joining in, and I'll see you all tomorrow on Twitch, okay? Take care, everyone, and bye-bye. Okay, bye-bye. And take care of yourself. Make sure you have a good day, have a good night.